Additions to the agenda? Hearing none, can the committee adopt the agenda? So, Councillor Scott, Councillor Colson, discussion. None, all is in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. First item, strategic planning. There's a staff report as well as some background with regards to our strategic planning session, as well as some recommendations that are on page 3 of your agenda. Councillor Hain.
Can we go through all this stuff one by one?
Sure. Do recognize that the recommendations do kind of walk it through. Okay. So the first item was the revised mission statement. What would council like to do with regards to the mission statement committee?
I think we discussed it in the committee meeting, so I'll move that. We spent a bunch of time discussing it. I'll move the revised statement.
As presented?
As presented.
Councillor Scott, committee member.
Councillor.
Second by Councillor Scott. Discussion? Okay. Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next one was the values. In terms of it, revised as follows. Question to staff. Do you remember what was revised compared to the previous one?
You referenced the word the public instead of constituents was a previous change.
Okay.
I believe that basically captured it.
Yeah.
Okay. What would council like to do with regards to the values? Councillor Scott?
So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Colson. Discussion? Councillor Savage.
Yeah, I'd just like to suggest an amendment there. So, as I recall, during the strategic planning section, under the public and above each other was staff. So, acting in a professional manner at all times, having respect for the public, staff, each other, and the roles of council. So, the roles of council staff and the public I see as different than the individuals. So I'd like to suggest an amendment of including staff there.
In which spot? Oh, you mean in terms of...
Yeah, under the public.
Under
So the public,
another
staff.
check mark.
Yep, another check mark.
Okay. Just seconder for that amendment? Sure. Seconded by Councillor Scott. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Hain.
So you're looking to just put in the public, staff, each other?
Staff, and then the third one would be each other. Yeah.
Well, why don't we have each other be council? Like, why don't we, who's each other? Like,
Yeah.
should that be better
Yeah.
defined?
Rather than each other refer to council.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, everybody's clear.
Having respect, just a suggestion, having respect for the public, the staff, council members,
As well as the roles of.
as well as the rules of.
Okay.
Okay. Do you guys want to do that as a friendly amendment?
Sure.
or
Yeah.
amendment?
Yes.
Okay. So we had the staff, council members, and the role of council staff and the public. So any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Now, main motion as amended. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Now, there was the strategic inventory priorities, direction, and categories. So this gets into more of the kind of meat of it in that respect. Do note separately from that, there is under the budget side of things a bullet point of strategic priorities funding in terms of it. So, discussion, motions, what do people like to do? Just questions.
Through the body of the thing?
Sure.
Are we going through each of the...
Certainly could, if you wish. In terms of a discussion, or do you want to make motions related to each section of the body, or it's a committee of the whole? Kind of.
I'd like to go through each section and
Okay.
move them
Yeah, once
individually.
we
Okay.
Yeah.
How about if we go based on the staff report starting on page 4? And note that in that respect there's some discussion midpoint on page 4 that talks in terms of the strategic priorities. lists them there, as well as there's some commentary on that page. And then going into the next part there, where there's some discussion on non-discretionary items, for example. Councillor Scott?
Just a question. Number 3, is it not though adopting the following strategic inventory priorities, direction, categories? So it's, but it's not actually the individual items. It was it not that we were taking infrastructure and saying economically, environmentally sustainable infrastructure?
So just the categories and the titles? Let's ask staff if that was their intention.
That's correct.
Okay.
So I move that then, that we adopt the strategic inventory categories.
Okay.
Because I think we had a discussion on that during the strategic planning session.
Okay.
And that's what we had agreed to.
Okay. Okay. So just basically the titles.
Yep.
Effectively. Okay. So that was the motion, Councillor Scott?
Well, yes. Well, it's the titles and it's the definition of what council interprets those titles to sort of include.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Now,
Well, it says like infrastructure, economic and environmentally sustainable infrastructure.
Oh, just these lines.
Yeah. That's my interpretation of it.
okay.
Just a question, Stat. Is that what the intent is?
That's correct.
Because that's what we discussed at the meeting.
Okay, except, and here's where part of my challenge comes on that. If you look at, I'm assuming this is Allison's report here, for example, under infrastructure, yeah, there's the bold title. I'm looking at page 19 of the agenda. There's a bold title that says economically, environmentally sustainable infrastructure, which matches up with the broad category. Then below that are the goals. Okay. Now the goals are broad in basis and in definition. Okay. And then item 4 in the agenda talks about the action plan, which is kind of the next steps of each one. Okay. So if all we do is adopt the titles,
We're not adopting anything.
no,
Yeah.
the titles, okay, where is it we adopt the goals?
Is that not what we get into?
Well, that's the action plan. Okay, and the goals are broader in nature in terms of definition of those categories, and then there's a separate action plan.
I guess what I was looking at is that we were adopting these as the sort of headline items that we all agreed to, and then I thought we just discussed we were going to walk through each of these things individually.
Okay. All I'm asking is that, well, let me ask staff, where is the intention to discuss and adopt the goals related to those categories?
I guess it's captured in the content of my report when we start looking at resourcing the various items. If it helps members of the committee, you could have number 3 read adopt the following strategic inventory, priorities, goals / direction, and the categories to wrap the goals up into that.
We should higher detail.
Sure, that's.
Okay.
I was just trying to keep going.
No, I hear you.
Okay, so we'll walk through each thing.
Okay. So then from that standpoint, if we had a motion to adopt those goals, and then we can discuss those goals, or sorry, the titles, the priorities, the goals, and then we'll vote on that as a separate, or as a all-encompassing. Councilor?
Actually, I'd like to break them out because some of the goals, I think, are not quite the way I thought they were.
Okay.
So when I read this corporate strategic plan that goes into the goals, basically that's what you're looking to adopt as a package, right? Are we not?
Okay.
Can we not
How
do
about
anything?
if we do this? How about if we move each of the categories separately? We can discuss the goals related to it, pass each category separately, and then later we'll deal with the actions. Okay, so the first one, infrastructure, economically and environmentally sustainable infrastructure, which corresponds with page 19 of the agenda where it lists the goals of it, in the midpoint of the page. So basically it's a case of adopting that as a title category and the goals related to it. Councillor
I'll move that for
Okay,
discussion. Yeah.
so moved by Councillor Savage, the adoption of the category regarding infrastructure, including its heading and the goals encompassed within. You've seconded for that? Second, thank you, Councillor Nugent. Discussion on the infrastructure one.
So are we discussing now the infrastructure as identified on page 5?
No, on
Or on
page
page
19.
19?
Page 19. That's the action plan on page 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so separately, like item number 4 on our agenda are the actions related to those priorities and goals. So the actual actions themselves will come afterwards, is the intent. So I'm going based on page 19 of the agenda. Okay, any discussion with respect to the motion on the infrastructure priority? Yes, Councillor Coulson.
Rainwater management, to maintain and improve rainwater management as needed. What do we currently do for rainwater management?
Well, currently, through the RDN, we're part of the Water Smart program, and basically, residents of Lanceville have the ability to apply for grants for funding to purchase rain barrels and install them.
Councillor Savage?
Yeah, we also have rainwater management in our subdivision and engineering specifications. Subdivision development specifications.
Does that include the retention of the water on the property?
Yeah,
And that sort of
retention
thing?
of water on site is created here.
Okay.
That's our old term for stormwater management, right?
Yeah.
It's new technology. The new words.
New buzzwords.
Question to staff, would that include the management of the runoff, such as the ditches and the culverting and that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Marston Street.
Yeah. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion? Approved. Motion carried. Finances. Economically sustainable district finances. There's goals there about the long-term financial stability, sustainability, reserves, capital planning, investments. Motion from council, questions, comments, or from the committee? Councillor Scott.
I'll move it.
Okay.
And I'll speak to it.
Okay. Category and the goals encompassing therein. Seconded. Thank you, Councillor Regrade. Discussion?
The only thing I think that it speaks to in the report, and it should possibly be included in this, is the asset management, because I think that's a key ingredient. We are doing it and we are enhancing it, so I think it's something that should probably be included in it. And staff speaks to it in the report about asset management.
Within that, there was a mention within that section.
Yeah. District staff will be working on the implementation of various aspects associated with municipal asset management, as noted. We've already approved funding for that and a grant for it, so I think it is tied into the finances. I think it's a very prudent thing to do, and I think it did come up during the discussions as well, briefly when we went through this in planning session.
In terms of it, wouldn't the asset management aspect be one of the actions related to it as opposed to a specific goal? Like we talk about the maintenance of reserves and that sort of thing, of which is facilitated by the asset management plan. Just
I think it could fit in either, but easy either way. Question through to staff. Do you see it fitting anywhere better than one another? I think it should be mentioned.
Yeah, and I believe it is. That's why I noted it as a non-discretionary item. So if you recall during the strategic planning session, staff had identified a number of projects that needed to be done regardless of.
Yes.
So that's where that was captured.
Mhm.
So I do, as you say, commented on page 6 that we are moving forward with that regardless. And then it is noted again closer to the end of the written on page.
Does it show up as one of the?
Yeah, sorry, it's just on the page 6, I believe, where I comment on.
Yes, yeah, down at the bottom page.
Yeah.
Okay. So, right now we've got a motion to approve as presented.
Could I, and I spoke to it, could I amend the motion then to?
Go for it.
Okay, I'd like to amend the motion to add regarding asset management, and to me it doesn't, I think it's both a goal and an action, because I think it's a goal to have asset management in place, but it's also an action to do it, so I don't know.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that?
Well, I haven't
Kind
put
of
my
loosely
swear
worded
in.
amendment.
Well, so just before I finish the motion, since this is a cow, a little more informal,
Yeah.
does anybody have any specific place they would like to stick it, whether it be goals or an action?
Councillor Colson?
I would suggest it best to be an action, because to me it's more of an operational initiative rather than a strategic initiative.
Okay, then we will put it under a priority action of actual asset management, being that it's actually doing something.
Okay. Now, we're going to approve an action plan. So how about if we just make a note to make sure that we include that when we go through the action plan?
Okay. I thought we were approving these things with going through them individually. And,
Yeah, we're approving the titles and the goals,
okay.
Not
but
the-
the
Not the
actions
actions.
themselves
Okay.
is separate.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay, so now we're back to the motion as originally presented. Any further discussion on the motion? It's okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Which gets us to the community planning side of things. Manage community planning and growth, goal to ensure development and planning is consistent with the Lanceville OCP. Okay.
I'll
Councillor,
move community planning as presented.
okay. Seconded by Councillor Savage. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Hain?
Could we add in this with regards to communications with the public?
That's a separate one.
Oh, sorry, is that not what we're on?
No,
We're
Oh,
on
it's
on
on community planning. Okay, all right, never mind.
Okay.
I'll wait.
Councillor Scott?
Just one thing I just wanted to bring up is that the secondary suite, as much as it scored not really high, I think a lot of council felt that it was probably going to proceed anyways, and that could be a reason why it didn't get very high priority. But I think it's something that we have to definitely proceed with, because if we're going to have any new development with the number of suites that go in the city of Niagara, 70–80% of all new homes, we need to be ahead of the curve rather than behind the curve. It's just going to cause all kinds of potential problems. So I just want to note that I think it's something that we have to get on with and start the process.
Any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Nugent?
Yeah, since we're discussing priority actions, I'm wondering, since it relates to planning, if we should include a line for the village commercial core improvement plan, because that seems to be a planning exercise to me.
But we're not on action yet.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm sorry?
No, that's okay. Councillor Scott did make reference to actions related to the secondary suite review itself, but as just kind of mentioned, we're going to go through the actions separately. So there will be the opportunity to add.
So just so I understand, then that will be spoken to directly in the action plan portion?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
very good, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Savage.
Yeah, I just had a bit of a problem with the goal. Maybe I'm being sort of nitpicky. To ensure development planning is managed in the OCP. Well, the OCP is a guiding document. Development can apply for development variance. So rather than ensure, I just wonder we could substitute the word manage there. To manage development planning generally in accordance with the OCP and other land use regulations.
Okay.
That ensure seems to
yes,
exactly
lock
lock
you
us
in.
into the OCP. Well, the OCP can be adjusted or...
Well, and that's the way I kind of read it, was that if a development proposal comes forward that's attractive for whatever reason, but it's not in conjunction with the OCP, then there's an OCP amendment, so then therefore it will be consistent with the OCP.
Yeah.
Right?
And public process.
So it's not necessarily a chicken and egg thing specifically, but proposal comes forward, you don't strike it down because it's not consistent with the OCP, you review the OCP and see whether or not the OCP needs revision to make it fit. So the end goal...
The end goal finishes up the same, but
right.
yeah, just the word ensured.
Yeah, I mean, ensure itself is very strong word.
Restrictive, yeah.
Quite often. If it's a case where the section or bylaw or whatever that you're trying to comply with is inflexible, then the word ensure is too strong. But because the OCP itself is flexible to a certain degree, that's, in my opinion, that strength isn't a hindrance in terms of it. So if somebody comes forward with a proposal that's not in compliance with the OCP and council tries to approve it, then the finger gets pointed and says, well, hold on, it doesn't comply with the OCP, which is why they do the OCP amendment, which then makes it ensuring that it is compliant with the OCP.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. It's just if it says what you think.
Yeah, it's, basically what you're looking for is a recognition that the OCP isn't carved in stone.
Yeah.
Effectively.
Yeah.
Councillor Coulson?
Wondering, could we go one layer higher than the OCP? So rather than saying consistent with the official community plan, could we say something consistent with the will of residents? Something to that effect.
Councillor Savage?
The OCP itself is the will of residents.
Mm-hmm. But ultimately, I see them as being one layer higher than this. And so I just heard the process outlined here, so can we back that up even one step higher perhaps?
My challenge with that is that the will of the residents, certainly it's the guidance in theory that's incorporated into the OCP itself, and so the OCP gives it boundary, structure, etc. Whereas the will of the residents is so broad that somebody then begins to wordsmith it into the will of the majority of the residents.
Yep.
Because otherwise, and I realize the goal is meant to be somewhat broad, but that's...
Yeah, but we've kind of cleaved that relationship now, and it goes straight to the OCP, which may or may not reflect the will of the residents, depending on the amendment, the item of the day, what have you.
Okay. Councillor Negre.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Coulson's point on this. We certainly want to do everything congruent with the will of residents, but it's that question of how to define what the will of the residents is what makes it difficult with wording it that way. The OCP is our agreed on plan that has been before the community through an approved process and been, basically been vetted by the community. And furthermore, we do have process as dictated by legislation where we do review the OCP from time to time just to make sure it's still congruent with the residents. So I think anything other than that, I think is kind of, has the potential to be chaotic and not terribly informative. I think if we stick with the reference to the OCP, we're talking about the will of the residents within established in what we're hoping is fair process.
Any further discussion? Councillor Coulson, is one of the concerns about that ensuring that the OCP is reflective of the will of the residents? And where does that kind of play into it?
Yeah, essentially, and I don't have the history with the OCP process that most of you folks do, so just as I talk to various folks out and about, there's a fairly high number that don't have a favorable review of that process back in 2005. And so it just, I question if it truly reflects the will of the residents. At the time, I suppose it did, because it passed through the formal processing and such. But I believe since that time, there hasn't been a major review of it. It's been more legislative, I think, is a term I heard. And then there's been changes to it based on specific zoning applications and so forth. But there hasn't been a real broad acceptance of it again, well, now 10 years down the road.
Okay. So it's that link between the residents and the OCP that's missing.
Yeah, and I haven't thought of it any further than just tonight as I was listening to everyone talk and thought, well, can we go back even more of a layer and retarget our focus perhaps on this item?
Councillor Haynes?
When is our next OCP review?
Council has been asked that question as to when they'd like to carry out a review on numerous occasions. They've, other than directing staff to proceed with legislative requirements, Council hasn't directed us to do anything as far as a review goes.
Councillor Savage, sorry, Councillor Savage, Councillor Savage.
The OCP review was asked at strategic planning whether we wanted to review it. Nobody, it was asked more than once, nobody spoke to it. And it didn't come up on from anybody that it was a priority item at all, so it wasn't even on the list to discuss. But both the facilitator and Councillor Savage brought it up on several occasions.
Councillor Savage?
Yeah, just to revisit, to repeat what Councillor Scott said. We need to identify a review of the OCP as being a strategic issue. So.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, in the absence of any suggested amendments, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Which gets us now to communications. Open, transparent, respectful communications with the public. And there's 4 goals listed there in that respect. Discussion. Councillor Haynes.
Just with regards to this topic, and I'm going to speak to it later, when we talked about communications, actually one of the major things on the wall was our communication with the fire department. Actually, that was where, when we were talking about nurturing partnerships and all of that, that I was speaking to, is that we really need to build that relationship. So it seems to have been dropped, and I do see a little bullet in here on it, but for the most part, it seems to have taken a bottom level to all the other discussions, and most of the pointing, the scoring, was actually on relationship with the fire department. It wasn't actually, and I'm not opposed to the First Nations, but it wasn't on First Nations. 3 of the votes were fire department.
Yeah, they got combined at some point during the process.
It all got merged, but somehow we've dropped the whole, which I think is, based on our citizen satisfaction survey, that is a key area that the residents value and want to see us develop that relationship. So how can we build them in here to give them a better prominence and kind of a bullet down the page? I'd like to add a bullet under the goals and to add to nurture and develop the relationship with the fire department members.
I think you have to say members specifically.
Yeah, or fire department.
It's fine. Is that a suggestion? Is that an amendment?
Yes.
Okay. So do we have a second for that amendment? Councillor Coulson. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Scott?
Sorry, I missed that there was a motion on the floor.
No?
Oh, you're saying there's an amendment? Just amendment to the...
Oh, amendment, sorry, not an
Yeah.
amendment to the motion.
Yeah, I thought-
In addition to the goals, how's that?
Yeah, goals.
Yeah, addition to the goals. Okay. Councillor Scott?
Maybe instead of just the fire department, should be volunteers in general.
Couldn't add another bullet.
Yeah, I was just looking at, dealing with volunteers in general, and that we basically have that open, transparent, respectful, and we have dialogue with them, but depend, whatever group they may be, not just exclusively the fire department.
I'd like to see the fire department mentioned separately. They are much more prominent than just volunteers. I have no problem with adding volunteers. I think that's a great idea. But let's keep them separate, and then that way we can make it a real goal and a focus.
Councillor Savage?
Yeah, I'll second that, Mel.
Okay.
I don't know.
So, hold on here. Okay, so we had a motion to add nurture and develop. Is that what I believe you used?
Yeah, I'm just following the same wording here.
Communication with the fire department.
Yep.
Okay, that was seconded, so that's the motion on the floor itself. We can certainly do separate additional, or we can amend the motion to add a second bullet.
Sure.
Let's do one at a time and then.
One at a time?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Just kind of a friendly amendment, rather than the word develop, enhance. Because there is some level of communications now. So in my mind it's an enhancement as opposed to development of.
Right.
I realize that's wordsmithing, but in my mind it's important to recognize some communication has occurred so far. So, mover and seconder, okay with that friendly amendment? Change the word develop to enhance. Okay. Any further discussion on the addition of that bullet? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Additional bullets? Councillor Coulson?
Wondering, there's a priority action, increasing public engagement communication. Wonder if that should be
Okay.
at the goal level. No, I'm wondering if that should be up at the goal level rather than an action. They're one and the same, but I think that's more of a goal for us strategically this year.
I agree. So which one is that bullet?
So the fourth one down, the priority actions, increase public engagement / communication.
That's true, that was a goal.
Okay. So was that a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second it? Councillor Hain, discussion. Councillor Hain?
I think it was pretty much unanimous, except for Councillor Negri, who wasn't there. That everybody supported increasing the public engagement and communication, and I think everybody spoke favorably for the streaming and town hall meeting concept. So I think it is a good goal.
Councillor Scott?
I agree with the increased public engagement communication. I think the reason it's probably down in the priority action was referencing things like the streaming and town hall meetings, which are actions. So I agree on putting up to the goal the public engagement communications. I think that is a goal. I think we probably can leave it down below as well with the streaming and town hall meetings.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, and we can even peel those out if we want. So if town hall has a different focus, do it as such.
Okay. Here's my struggle. When you start taking things that are actions, increase is an action, okay, and move it up to goals, you're starting to get away from the fact that goals are supposed to be an endpoint. Okay, and the endpoint, for example, the first one is to engage the community in regular, constructive, and respectful dialogue. It's the definition of regular, constructive, respectful dialogue that's effectively established by the actions. And so by saying increase public engagement, what we're saying is in order to achieve the first goal, for example, we're not doing enough. And therefore our action is to increase. Right? If you start shifting too many things up to goals, effectively those goals become actions. Okay? In that respect. It's supposed to be a level of umbrellas.
Yeah.
Right?
And I see this as being a broader umbrella. Increasing public engagement.
Okay, but why are you increasing public engagement?
To go even higher, open, transparent, respectful communications with the public.
How about enhancing
Which
or
is
ensuring?
basically your category and goal.
It's tough because they're all verbs, right? To engage, to ensure, to nurture. They're all
Yeah.
actions, but
Yeah.
it depends on the kind of the.
Yeah, but if
the
one action
width and-
leads to the goal,
Yeah,
then
yeah, no, I
Councillor Scott?
I think we have to engage the community in regular, constructive, and respectful dialogue, whether we want to change one or two words in there, perhaps, or whatever. But I think that is the essence of, I agree with what Mayor Hain is saying, is that I think that is referencing the public engagement, communication side of things. It's basically trying to get that whole communication thing happening.
guess sort of where I'm thinking is just some of these goals are a little
Big?
vanilla ice creamish.
That's what goals are.
No, but you can have more focused goals, and so that's why I made that recommendation. To me, that was a more focused goal. So, just the background.
Okay. So we had a motion to shift an item from goal actions up to goals, correct? Any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Correct? Councillor Negrave, I didn't see an action on your part?
No, I'm indifferent.
Okay, so it's viewed as a vote in favor, so therefore it's motion carried. Okay. Okay. Any further on the communication goals? Okay. So now what we do is we've added to the bullets, so we need a motion to adopt the communications titles and goals as amended, or as added to. Councillor Hain, Councillor Coulson, further discussion? Hearing none, all is in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Parks and Rec, services that reflect the needs and resources of our community. 4 goals listed there. In terms of it, what would council like to do?
I move the goals on the Parks and Rec
In the category,
in the category.
as presented, seconded by Councillor Scott. Discussion. Okay. Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Service delivery. Services that meet the needs and financial capacity of the community, and there's 3 goals there listed. What would council like to do? Okay.
So moved as presented.
As presented by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Negrave. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Coulson.
So here's an example of what I would consider vague or highly open to interpretation. Adaptable service levels, cost-effective methods of service delivery. I understand the intent, but there could be some opportunities for improvement there, I think, but I don't think it's worth spending a lot of time on right now.
Okay. Councillor Negrave.
Yeah, I just want to point out that each of the 3 points under goals there speaks to money at some point in terms of affordability, cost effective. So in a sense, when we're talking about the finances, the economically sustainable district finances, really what we already are addressing these in spirit at the very least. And when we're talking at this level, I think that's all we're talking about anyways. You know, the advantage of splitting them out like, you know, separately as we've done here, other than to print a little bit more paper, is maybe just to emphasize, you know, how much we're really interested in financial control.
Okay. Any further discussions, comments, amendments, or otherwise? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Corporate maintenance, well managed and supported corporate, fiscal, and human resources. There are 7 little bullet points there under goals.
Move as presented.
By Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Negrave. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. So that walks us through the inventory priorities, goals, direction categories. Just one thing I'd like to kind of comment on, and it's too big of a kind of a project to kind of implement at this stage in it, and recognizing the number of goals listed. Measurability. Great that we got these goals, but you know, we need at some point to create some form of metrics to measure the level of success in meeting those goals. You know, and in terms of it's not a small exercise because of the vagueness of a lot of the goals themselves. So, for example, under corporate maintenance, there's to support volunteers. How do you measure that? I just kind of throw that out for discussion, not that I expect any sort of decision right now. But when it comes to it, the measurability of it needs to be there at some point for us to judge the success or failure of things and to report back on those. Not just we did this, but where are we trying to get to? How are we ever going to know we achieved our goal unless we've got some sort of metric to measure it against? Councillor Meager?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I think that's an excellent point, and that's sort of why I had a little bit of disinterest in the process we were going through. Not because I don't want to improve you know, the well-being of our citizens in Lanceville and do it in a cost-effective manner, but, and I just went through 2 months of doing this with the provincial government. The problem is, unless they're specifically out to make money or produce a certain number of standardized widgets and stuff like that, you know, goal generation in terms of the actual follow-up and monitoring and control gets exceedingly difficult. The next step for us would then be to come up with a bunch of largely meaningless indicators, which I hope we're not going to choose to do.
Largely meaningless indicators. I don't disagree with the difficulty of measurability of these sorts of things, right? But having said that, you know, for example, there's regional growth strategies that have metrics now where they're looking at trying to judge the measure of success in the pursuit of those various goals. The regional growth strategy, to a great extent, is a qualitative document. So just because something is qualitative in nature or difficult to define doesn't mean we shouldn't at least kind of make the attempt. There tends to be the reporting of how well we did in meeting our strategic plan. Well, effectively, if you have no budget, as long as you do something, have you met budget in that regard? So I don't disagree with the difficulty of the exercise, but I think it's at some point something we should consider so that when it comes to a resident of Lanceville trying to judge, for example, how we support volunteers, it's not just a shopping list of things, it's a measurable in some way, shape, or form. In some cases, those measures, like I said, are qualitative and open to interpretation.
But that gets back to, you know, that you actually actively have to be doing something. You know, that's, you know, goals that are more, I don't want to say more concepts, but more guiding principles. I mean, they're fine as guiding principles, but unless you're actually really specifically intending to do some specific action to address something specific in that goal, then it is more just a principle rather than a product.
Okay. Councillor Coulson.
Something I'd just like to add, very good points I think that have been made here. What I found when it comes to the point of when you're generating meaningless indicators, I'm being serious. An iterative process comes into play though. Because if you're getting meaningless indicators, you reflect back to your potentially meaningless goal. And it helps you achieve more focus on things. Mm-hmm. So, you know, if we went through an exercise like supporting volunteers, what would that look like? We don't know. But you end up with, rather than saying support volunteers, maybe have some sort of survey from the volunteers on aspects you're trying to support them on. You know, we might end up with only 1 or 2 goals rather than 6 vaguer
Yeah,
topics. Though.
yeah, so. kind of further
It's not a
refinement.
trivial task, though, but I think
No,
it
no.
produces a better product if you can get through the exercise.
Okay. That's just a suggestion, food for thought, in terms of kind of moving forward on things at some point. Okay, next item is item number 4 on the agenda, which speaks to the action plan itself. Do note that in the reports, there are initiatives that are listed that seem to change a little bit as to how they're defined. There's references in some cases to non-discretionary, and there's other things, same things referred to as universally agreed to initiatives. I struggle a little bit with the universally agreed to initiatives, recognizing, unfortunately, Councillor Negre wasn't there as part of the discussion when it comes to it. But there are a list of items that were identified to some degree as being items that are going to happen regardless when it comes to it. Just in terms of, for example, on page 18 of the agenda, there's a list of these items, some of which have already been completed. Other ones are required to be done. I guess, question to staff, and I understand the time allocation for it, so I fully understand why these items are listed in the staff report as reminding council of the efforts that would be taken to undertake these specific items. I guess I struggle a little bit of why it was in the strategic plan, because some of these things I don't view as strategic, I view as operational.
And I would just comment that I suspect Allison included them because it was a piece of strategic planning when council was doing this, having this session. You considered she had a chart that said, those things that are going to be underway regardless, and she made a list of those items. And based on I'm making the assumption that council was okay with that, given the way Allison had facilitated the session to do those check-ins with council to either agree or disagree with what she had laid out. So she captured those in her report.
Okay. And I guess where I struggle a little bit with it as well is the strategic plan in theory is to cover a number of years. A lot of these items are more immediate needs that are going to take staff resources. So as much as we look at them in terms of the standpoint of them taking those staff resources, effectively once those items are done, for want of a better way to say it, they're relevant to the rest of the period, right? And so, by incorporating it into there, it almost feels like, okay, here's over the next 4 years, these are the required things. When in actual fact, operationally, there's a bunch more required things, for example, that would be in year 2, 3, and 4. That's why I struggle a little bit with it being in the strategic plan itself. I have no issue with it being in the staff report. It makes sense as a reminder. But it kind of becomes dated fairly quick. Councillor Coulson and Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I agree with your points. Many of these, in my opinion, are operational. And I actually grabbed the definition of strategic planning just to kind of refresh my mind about it. And the one I have here is a systematic process of envisioning a desired future and translating this vision into broadly defined goals or objectives and a sequence of steps to achieve them. Renewing the district's contract for engineering services. That is not a strategic planning item. And from my personal point of view, when this was brought up during the strategic plan session, I wasn't aware that it was something we could disagree to or not. The way the facilitator presented it was they had to be done, and away we went. And there was a board right over here where we just started copying down what was presented as required items. So I think that's something to review for next year when we go through this and separate these operational versus strategic items.
Okay. Councillor Scott.
It was brought up in the strategic planning session. They were all listed out. Whether they are truly strategic priorities, I agree that probably not, that they are requirements. I think part of the discussion was centered around
resources. And basically, whether they are in here or not, because once they're completed, it's no different than any of our strategic planning items. If we complete that item, basically it's done, it's still in the document, it's finished with. So I don't see a problem per se with them being here. I think it was more for staff and the consultant had just probably discussed and presented to council that there are some other items that do take a fair amount of staff time that are happening. It was basically based on what are our staff resources to do all of these things, and this stuff that's required will take some of that staff time.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Heaney.
But I agree with what you're saying, but I think the point is that we didn't universally agree to it. We were just told it was required. So we really didn't discuss it to any great length, other than we did speak to, and I was pretty sure staff said we were also going to renew the district's legal contract. Because going back in my records, it hasn't been looked at in quite a few years. So I thought that was going to be on our list of our tasks, is to put that out to tender again or look at that issue. To
I
my
don't
notes.
recall any comments regarding legal.
Call that.
You weren't there.
Oh, sorry.
But it's
That's
on the
right.
tape.
I wasn't there in the morning. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think, through some of the comments here, we've got a strategic plan, but I think what we need to do is probably try and establish a work plan, year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, because otherwise, we could be challenged for not doing something that, well, we plan on doing it this year kind of thing.
Well,
and I think, we got to be careful. There was a comment raised in the strategic planning by a member of the public, I think he's in the audience actually, that we don't take on too much, and I think we should really think about that, particularly for year 1. There's a lot of stuff coming up that we have to deal with, and so we should maybe look at some of these items and, is this achievable in year 1 and year 2, because we can't do everything in the first year.
agreed. Councillor Heaney?
So again, like we said, this is a many-year project. So I think we should at least put that on the list, because then it's on the list, right?
What is that? you're referring to?
Renew the district's contract for legal services.
Okay. Staff?
As I said, I don't recall that being an item that was discussed at strategic planning, but this is council's plan, so if they want that item on, it can certainly be amended to reflect that.
This is a follow-up.
Okay, Councillor Heaney?
What could it hurt to put it on? We pay quite a bit in legal fees. Certainly always something to look at to make sure we're getting a good rate.
Okay. So there's just kind of stepping back a bit for a second. In the plan itself, as written, there's the university agreed to initiatives on page 18. Certainly things can be added to that. There's been a suggestion from staff about adding a review of facilities of Costin Hall and the church to that, recognizing some of the challenges around the structures there. So how about prior to the action plan, let's look at those university agreed to initiatives, establish what those are, so that we do have that list, and then we'll go into the specific action items under the goals.
As a work plan.
Correct. Correct. Okay, Councillor Scott?
Just one comment on it. I think having this is valuable, and I think annually we should request staff to give us for the upcoming year these, we'll call it universally agreed to initiatives, for lack of a better thing, you can call it whatever you want. Non-discretionary items that have to be accomplished in that calendar year, so that council is fully aware of the different items that have to be dealt with, so it's sort of on our radar screens a little bit. I think it would just allow us to better work with staff and prioritize things and know when to expect things, because if there's stuff that has to be done, obviously it could potentially push some of the things out. And I think it's just better for communication.
Okay.
So just a comment.
Okay. Councillor Colson?
I like the suggestion. I don't think it belongs in the strategic plan. What I envision that as, it's like a workload tool. And so you get to see what the laundry list is of things to do for staff through the year. That would be quite beneficial. Again, though, they're not strategic items in my point of view. So we would, my thinking, we would have that, and we'd have our strategic plan, and those two things would roll together to develop staff workload.
Okay. So what would council like to do with regards to the strategic plan? We have some options. The university agreed to initiatives, if they're viewed as operational in nature, could be shifted out of the plan itself with recognition that some form of a work plan update would be done on an annual basis to recognize the demands on the staff. The university agreed to initiatives, as has been mentioned in the staff report. They believe that there's missing a couple items. There's been further items suggested to it. So we've got a couple options. It's up to the committee as to what we want to do. Councillor Scott.
I'll move that we actually move it out and that we add Coston Hall. I believe was the only, I think that was
Coston Hall and the church.
To it, as long as we recognize that we're using it as a tool in conjunction with the speaking to it. We use it in conjunction with the strategic plan, and it gives council an idea that these are must-have things that have to be done, and in some cases have real set hard deadlines, and they affect our overall what can be done with staff and council in giving staff direction.
Okay. How about if we do it in kind of two steps? How about if you do a motion to move those items out of the strategic plan itself, and then do a separate motion as to what gets added to it, recognizing the time constraints. Okay.
I'll move, we move the universally agreed to initiatives out of the actual strategic plan.
Okay. Second, Councillor Coulson, discussion on that? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, now with regards to the
I
list itself.
move that to the universally agreed to initiatives, which we have a list of, that we add the church in Coston Hall.
Can we do the other one, or do you want to?
It's up to the mover.
And also the review of the district's legal contract.
Oh, okay. Sure, we can add that in as well. Just a question through the staff before we do that. Do we have a set term contract with legal? No. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so that's your motion?
Yep.
Seconded by Councillor Hain. Discussion on that motion. Okay, hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Just question to staff. We've moved that list out of there. We've added to the list. Do you want a motion to endorse the list as amended, or of some sort, just thinking in terms of recognition by council of that list itself?
Yes,
Okay.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Councillor Scott.
We recognize the
Endorses?
recognize and endorse
Recognizes and endorse
the universally agreed to initiatives
okay.
with the changes
As amended. Okay. Further discussion? Second? Second by Councillor Negre. Discussion. Councillor Coulson.
Are we approving the list on page 18 and page 11?
I believe they are the same.
Are they the same?
Wording is slightly different. For example, in the engineering services and computer contracts, one says review and renew, or review/renew, whereas the other one says renew. Personally, I'm more comfortable with the review/renew as opposed to renew, because renew implies the same.
Yep. Yeah.
Same
process that we spoke to with the legal contract. Yep.
Correct. So effectively, I'd be going with page 11 with the additional items of Coston Hall, church, and legal services contract. Okay, any further discussion? Councillor Savage?
Yeah, I just would like to hang on to my thought there on a work plan.
Yeah.
I really think it is important. When we've done all this, then we decide what we can bite off.
Well, what if we did that as kind of a follow-up to the actions? We've got a variety of actions here, which there's no timing officially attached to those. So maybe what we can do is we can take the actions that we're interested in pursuing over this long of a period and direct staff to prepare a work plan recognizing
So
existing.
you want that, so what do you suggest, a
I
follow motion on that?
follow up after we do the actions itself,
No
is my
problem.
suggestion. Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all is in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, so now where we go is the actual actions under the goals and priorities. Okay, so under infrastructure, the approved goals, there's some priority actions listed on page 19 of the agenda with regards to what council suggested actions. Just a question to staff, just in terms of process here. There's the Schedule A on the agenda, page 13 of the agenda. There's the priority actions listed in the strategic plan itself. How comparable are they in terms of discussion?
What staff focused on was what was perceived to be the, I know it's defined on, for example, page 19 as next steps, but there is further identification or clarification being sought by staff. For example, as it relates to the water supply, which I've captured on page 5 of my report. So while there may be a list of priority actions identified by our facilitator, as outlined in page 19, my report tends to focus on what do we need to do as a first step before we take into account some of those other items that are identified. Now that's not always the case as you go through the report, but it is as it pertains to the water next steps.
Councillor Coulson.
And just a comment / question, I guess. The way the facilitator has presented these weren't mutually agreed upon actions during that session. They were just suggestions being thrown out, and I think she just captured them, verbatim, essentially. So kind of the caliber, I guess, of the actions, or the range of them, it varies between the different headings, I think. Yeah.
And again, this is ultimately council's plan, so you can amend it and change it as you see fit.
Okay, so like I said, we've got kind of three things. We've got the report on page 5 of the agenda, we've got an action plan schedule on page 13, and then we've got the actual strategic plan on page 19 regarding water. Questions, comments, discussion from the committee? Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I looked at the stuff that was sort of the actions, and as Councillor Coulson said, I think it's sort of items that were captured right off some sticky notes directly. So they're sort of a verbatim of some very short phrases that people put up regarding the different subjects. So I think we all have a pretty good idea of what they relate to, and I almost think that staff in the report have captured more of the direction than a lot of what's in the actual next steps. So that it actually is sort of a plan per se in how to take it forward.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm sort of struggling because there is some good points in some of the priority actions, but again, I think it's not refined enough. So I don't know how the best way to do it.
And that's one of the struggles that we've had around our discussions about water, because there's information that we don't have, there's history that some individuals don't have, those sorts of things that all kind of come together and trying to say, okay, this is what we're going to do.
I agree with staff. What the actions are about bringing in a facilitator. We had that specific discussion in the strategic planning session, and bringing a facilitator to have a discussion on water to try and fine-tune exactly what our final objectives are going to be. I think that's, especially on the water issue, I think that's what came out of the strategic planning session, is that, you know what, we're going to put water, here's a bunch of comments on it, but you know what, we from staff's perspective, they need a clear direction from council, sort of scattered all over the place, and that was the intention of bringing a facilitator to more clearly define what that is. So I think at this point in time, we should, on that particular item, all we should be doing is proceeding with bringing a facilitator in to help further develop the actual priority actions to do with water. And I'll make a motion to that.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Scott, or Committee Member Scott. You have a seconder for that?
Can you repeat the motion?
That we bring a facilitator in regarding water supply to help determine what the priority actions being water next steps will actually be.
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Milbank. Discussion? Councillor Coulson and Councillor Negre.
I have one question on that and one comment. So on page 5, it speaks to facilitator cost being $5,000. In Schedule A, it's been cut off, but I think that's $2,500. Can I get confirmation on the cost?
Yeah, sorry, that should reflect $2,500. Sorry, I apologize for that.
So page 5 should?
Page 5 should say $2,500, not $5,000.
Okay.
Sorry.
That was my question. The comment is, I'd like to suggest we postpone having the facilitator come in until we've had the information come in on the Phase 2 water study. There's some in-camera things happening with water that we're still waiting for feedback on. And I had made a comment in the strategic planning session about the legality of the agreement. So once we have answers and conclusions on those 3 aspects, I think we're in a much better position to have a facilitator come in and come up with some meaningful results to move forward on.
Councillor Savage?
So, Councillor, you're referring to the welfare report, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I endorse that. That's what we should do. Okay. I mean, it probably won't happen before we get that anyway, so.
Okay. Further discussion?
Councilmember was next.
Oh, sorry, did I miss Councillor Negre?
Yeah.
Rod?
Yeah, what Councillor Scott is suggesting, that will be added to the basically priority actions, is what we're talking about?
It becomes the next step to develop the actual priority actions. So basically we're saying right now with water we are not going to have specifically any priority actions. The step we're going to take is bring a facilitator in, have a discussion, and develop the priority actions for water.
So that's sort of a one-off amongst our identified goals.
Councillor Hain?
I think it's premature. I think we've got to, sorry,
clarify what's premature.
Bringing in a facilitator or moving to that step right away. There's still a lot of work to be done. I think there needs to be a lot of communication yet with the residents. They don't really understand or grasp this water agreement. I think we need to go to them and see what their feelings are and how they see it benefiting the existing residents. So I know it's a facilitator to talk to us, but I think we need to have better knowledge on this
But the
agreement.
motion itself was just specific to a facilitator. I mean, certainly there could be additional things.
It wasn't
done.
specifically to the Nanaimo agreements. We talked about all kinds of things, looking at other supplies. There was all kinds of things under here. It wasn't.
It was broader, but a separate thing, communication with
It was to
residents.
develop the priority actions.
Yeah.
Okay, then I still think it's premature because I think we can get a lot of this information from staff before we spend money on a facilitator. We can get all the background reports on all the different water options. We can get the background reports on the City of Nanaimo water options. We can look at all of that stuff right now without paying somebody to gather all that information. So why don't we start by getting the next phase of the well field study and look at this stuff ourselves before we hire someone to walk us through it. I think we're quite capable of doing that on our own.
So essentially see if we can take a crack at it and accomplish the task before.
Why do you always have to commit to money?
Makes sense.
Councillor Scott?
I think though the issue was, and the facilitator had acknowledged it, and I think council had acknowledged it in an actual meeting, strategic planning meeting, was that councillors were all sort of going in different directions with respect to water. And what I think was suggested is that if we bring in a facilitator, we can narrow that scope down, because right now staff have no idea what we're looking for, because we're all over the place, so that we can narrow down what are the actual items that we need, want, and what are the actual strategic items. That's what I think the goal is.
Okay, Councillor Milbury?
I've commented, my apologies for coming in late, it's completely my error, I didn't realize it started at 6 and not 7. I've already commented in our committee meetings that I consistently and repeatedly get questions from residents about the status of water, and it's frankly embarrassing for me to just plead ignorance and say I have absolutely no idea what is happening or what's going to happen. I reinforce it. It's not that that there's something I can't tell them. It's that really council has no direction on this, and I think at a minimum we should be setting down what the possibilities are so that we can all marshal our opinions on them and come up with a direction. I think the strategic plan sums it up quite well. It says discussions during the strategic planning session indicate that there was little consensus among council members as to how the district should move forward with the provision of water to the community. I doubt that we're going to end up with consensus, but any one of us can throw a motion forward here or a motion forward there, and it's going to happen in quite a haphazard fashion. If we have a discussion with the facilitator, I'm seeing it as almost like a subset of the strategic plan, given that this has been the dominant issue in strategic planning sessions for quite some time. But if we at least have that, then we'll have some idea of what the possibilities are, and then we can start making our respective choices about how we want to proceed. I think it makes sense to wait until we get the wellfield study, although I expect that that's going to be happening relatively quickly. So I would like to see that as one of the pieces that we would have when we go into this discussion. But I think, for me anyway, this is, frankly, the only way I can see we can move forward in order to create some sort of rational, coherent basis to take whatever the next steps might be.
Councillor Haney, Councillor Colson.
First, a question through to staff. Confirm for me when we're going to get the wellfield study, because I was pretty sure in the conservation plan it said near the end of the year. When will we get that?
It should be actually within April.
Will it be in April? That's kind of the plan. I still think that it can't hurt to have council look at all this information first before we bring in a facilitator, just to gather the reports and start looking at them. I just think it, maybe there's a way we can see a quick solution without having to put out $2,500. So I just think, why wouldn't we do that? And I'd also like to hope that this process is going to be a public process, so that the residents get to watch and see what the options are for water and be informed with what's going on. And I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Okay. Councillor Colson.
This is a question regarding the direction of water. Recognizing I don't have the background that many folks here do, but we signed an agreement in October. There had to have been some vague idea of where and how that was going to unfold. That's probably a starting point for us. And if that's no longer applicable, then we're back to looking at some options and how to use that opportunity as it was described.
Okay, further discussion. From my standpoint, there is a long history. People talk about being embarrassed about not knowing what direction is taking, but this is a council decision. If people wanted to give direction, people had ideas, it's certainly up to council to give staff that direction rather than acting like it's out of their control completely. When it comes to the standpoint of the facilitator side, recognizing the difference...
Point of order, with respect, I think you're talking about me, and I didn't give any suggestion that it was out of my control.
Well, when you say you're embarrassed to not know, it's within your control to ask and recognize what processes have been done.
I specifically said we could bring forward one-off motions. That could happen. I also specifically said it would be better if we could work within some sort of framework to understand what those options are. So I'd like it if you didn't misrepresent even indirectly the statements that I was saying in council.
Okay. With respect to the water side of things, there is a difference of opinion. An individual commented to another individual in public stating that we don't need water. But when it comes to that standpoint, it is a question of where those sort of comments are coming from, recognizing that we don't have things like the phase two of the wellhead study and that sort of thing. I agree with the idea of the timing when it comes to that standpoint, but I think the idea of a facilitator is not a bad idea in terms of keeping people on track and keeping them focused with regards to the discussion. Any further discussion? Councillor Coulson.
The $2,500, how long of a session does that get us?
Depends on the facilitator.
But, okay, I'm confused. So the $2,500, you've got that from someone or someone who does Allison?
I was anticipating that it could potentially be Allison. If
Yep.
she's not able to carry this out on our behalf, then those costs could change. That was based on what Allison charges.
Right,
I
so that's
see
a
it,
day session or
no,
2 days?
No, that's factoring a 2 day.
2 days, okay. Thank you.
Councillor,
Just call, so is this going to be a public session?
it's up to council.
Do you need that in the motion?
Right now, we're just talking about whether or not to hire a facilitator to do such a session. The actual session itself could be followed up later by. Councillor Zach.
So just to clarify, the motion is for the facilitator upon receipt of the welfare report. Is that correct?
It was a suggestion. It wasn't actually in the motion,
But reality is, we're going to have to look before we do anything anyways.
Yeah, but I also commented on those other loose ends with the water agreement. Some things I think are still in camera, and then my question on the legality of it. So, to me, those three aspects have to be flushed out before a facilitator can properly do their job.
okay. No, it wasn't, like I said, directly encompassed in the motion itself. Sorry?
That wasn't in the motion.
No.
No, I spoken to that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So right now we're at the motion about the facilitator, $2,500. Okay. Any further? All those in favor? Oh, according to asked for. All those in favor? Councillor Savage, Councillor Scott, Mayor Hain, Councillor Folsom, Councillor Milbank, and Councillor Negrave. Opposed? Councillor Hain. Motion carried. So are there any other water next steps that people wish to do in terms of priority actions? Councillor Hain?
Just, could we get all reports released to the public, or is that too premature yet?
What?
Well, background information about the water agreement. No?
That's pretty general.
Yeah.
So, for example, there are documents out in the public. So to make a list, possibly a case, in terms of it, there was mention in here about the time preparing, providing background information there. That'll provide a list of background information, and then from there we can go with, okay, which pieces are already in the public, what may possibly want to be added to the public information at that time. But it's kind of too early right now, I see. Okay, next item in terms of the steps. It's right here. Okay, that was the water side. I just realized that there's other parts related to infrastructure. The phase 3 sewer side of things, the application has already been in place. Pending the success of it, there's the implementation side. So any additional actions? We've already approved the application.
Submitted.
Just questions to staff, and I don't recall the context of it. In Allison's report, there's council suggested action sewer-phase 3 industrial areas. Do you recall what that was specifically, Councillor Scott?
I think it was something that both myself and Councillor Savage had raised. It was regarding bringing sewer into the industrial area. There was two things with it. One in particular was just above our well field. So there was some environmental issues with that. And the second was to do with economic development in the industrial area, that if sewer is taken into that area, there was opportunities for increased development or redevelopment of the sites, which would lead to both jobs and increased tax base.
Okay. I guess it just, in terms of it was labeled as a suggested action, and we do realize that these are items just kind of shopping list.
But I think it was also asked about if it could just go to the industrial area, not up into the Chelsea area as well. And there was a phasing aspect also was discussed in conjunction with that.
Okay. Okay.
So there's a bunch of things tied around the industrial part. So that's what I assumed it was referring to, sort of that basket.
Okay. So as has been mentioned, already applied for in terms of the grant. The other parts are dependent upon the success of the grant.
Who was presented?
Well, which presented are we talking here?
Okay. I was looking at
There's the page 20 of Allison's report, and then there's the staff report itself, which doesn't specifically identify the sewer phase 3 industrial areas, for example. Todd?
Your Worship, if I may, this is all subjected to whether we are awarded the external funding. Comments that Councillor Scott had made as it relates to the industrial area were captured in our application to highlight the economic benefit and redevelopment of the industrial area. So that has been captured. And we're not looking for any specific direction at this point until we're successful.
Okay. Councillor Coulson.
If we don't get the full grant approved, we could be carving this into smaller chunks like phase 2. So in which case we'd be coming to these discussions, wouldn't we, on who gets what first. Is that correct?
Correct.
I don't think there's much of a choice in that. It's structured because it's like a domino thing, but you can't do this one without doing that, without doing that.
Actually, I might just kind of ask staff, though. For example, there were additions to phase 3 out of phase 2, and there are sections, for example, to the north of Lanceville Road that I would suggest could be carved out and, for want of a better way to say it, left out again, and yet still facilitate sewer to the industrial area.
I'll have our Director of Public Works comment on that, but I just want to add that any requests that we receive from the ministry that would have us consider a reduction in the area that we propose, that would come back to council before any decisions were made anyway.
Sure. Yeah, you could actually block it up so that you could leave the north end of Lanceville Road out. You could also make it so that the industrial zone could be on its own because it's next in line, going up from phase 2 to phase 3. So there's 3 or 4 options that you could go.
Okay. Yeah, and the point being, it's not necessarily sequential. Yeah. Okay, so you don't need any specific direction at this time? Okay. Then there was the village core improvement next steps under infrastructure. So in terms of it, there's again the shopping list of suggested actions, and then there's the discussion in the staff report, which speaks to the village core side of things and budget allocations, etc. Oh, we have a green sheet. Sorry, I missed this. Why is...
It's just handed out to hopefully provide further clarification to members of the committee as it relates to where the initial funding and budgeting came from when it relates to the downtown core plan. This was something that, as it's noted on the first page, provided to previous council in a package that was shared with them back in 2013.
Okay. Councillor Melvin.
Yeah, I actually asked staff to provide the green sheet. I hadn't planned on talking about the budget stuff until we actually got into the budget stuff, but I don't have any issues with the steps with respect to the village core that are outlined in the strategic plan. I anticipate that we'll get more into the nitty-gritty later on in the meeting.
Okay. Further discussion, we have no motion, that sort of aspect. Okay.
Like I said, I've got some comments that we'll make in the budget session.
Okay. In terms of the suggest, well, we have no motion.
No,
Right now. So, as it stands right now, when it comes to it, there's no endorsement of any next steps. So if council wishes to move on without that, that's one thing, but I suspect probably somebody wants to suggest next steps or incorporate next steps into our strategic plan. Councillor Milbank?
Sorry, perhaps I'm misunderstanding. Aren't we going to be passing this
No,
strategic plan?
We're doing it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion.
Sorry, before you do, because I'm going to exempt myself because it references moving the farmers market, which is currently at the United Anglican Church, and I'm an officer on the parish council.
Councillor Scott?
No, I didn't.
Councillor Milbank, I believe you.
I'll make a motion to endorse the section marked Village Core Improvements Next Steps.
Okay, we have a seconder for that? Second by Councillor Savage. Discussion. Councillor Colson.
This is our first time at discussing the Village Core Improvement Plan as a group. I have a number of concerns about it, but first, the positives. I think the group did a good job with the beautification side of things. There's some nice low-hanging fruit there, I believe. Where I get concerns is the costs that we're putting toward this plan. Very roughly, it's looking like there'll be almost $100,000 thrown at this plan if we move to the next phase, once you bring in staff time and such. And I haven't seen any economic benefits behind it. That's my big question. If we spend this money, if we do the streetscape as is, I know the goal is to attract business to downtown, realize more taxation from businesses, but what kind of numbers do we put to that? What kind of benefit are we going to see to justify the level of expenditure that we're going to put out? And at this time, I have trouble, or actually I wouldn't endorse moving forward with it until there was some economics attached to it, given the level of expenditure.
Okay. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I do agree with Councillor Coulson's comment on the cost. I guess where I get concerned is it's a lot of money for a very, very small area. I know we haven't got into the sort of the budgeting side of things, although the staff report it does mention it, and that's where I certainly struggle a little bit. I don't have a problem with continuing on doing some more steps in the village core, but I do start getting concerned with the level of funding. I'd rather put money into actually doing something concrete than continuous level planning. That's where I struggle a little bit with that.
Okay. Further discussion. Councillor Milbank.
The money that's been, first of all, this is a huge project that the community has never really embarked on before. I know there have been sort of tentative looks at doing downtown revitalization in the past, but this is taking place on a scale and scope that the community's never looked at before. There's all the kind of people-oriented reasons for improving the village core and putting in the money at the planning stage to do it properly. But in addition to that, what became very apparent to me throughout the course of the committee's work was that there's actually a significant financial benefit for the community, for the residents, and having a vibrant downtown core. Much like the industrial park, the tax value for commercial properties is double or triple what it is for residential properties. I think it's triple. Is that right? Do you recall, Jetta?
In terms of the tax rate?
Yeah. Sorry, the tax benefit. It's significantly more than the residential rate anyway. So for $100,000 of redevelopment or increased development in the downtown core, whether that's adding on to a business or adding in new businesses, the value of that to the residents is really significant because the tax rate for commercial businesses yields a lot more tax money revenue for the district than residential does. So ideally, one would hope in the future that this would remedy some of the imbalance that the district currently sees in relying on residential properties for so much of its tax base. Planning is expensive. I'm not going to argue with that. The project altogether, this planning component of the project totals about, it was $75,000, and then $20,000 of that was anticipated, at least last year, would be taken up by the planner. So altogether, it's about $55,000 in money spent. That's going to be, a foundation for redevelopment over the next 15 to 20 years. You have to do it properly. We could stop now, kind of do it in a haphazard fashion and kind of go at it willy-nilly, but I'd rather have the standards in place so that developers and people who are doing redevelopment know what the expectations are instead of doing it in a one-off fashion each time. So, I mean, it's comparable to the money that we spend on other areas. We've never done this kind of planning before, and I think that maybe not tomorrow, but I think that we'll see the economic benefits over the future.
Councillor Coulson, and Councillor Hammond, and Councillor Savage.
So I absolutely agree with the comments that business has a better tax base and so on, but define that. Right now, about I believe it's 9.2% of our tax revenue comes from businesses. We have $1.8 million we collect, so that's about $165,000 a year we get from business taxes. What level of increase do we expect in business? 5%, 25%? Because if you take even a 25% jump, that is a fairly substantial jump. That equates to about $40,000 we've got in extra business tax revenue. So from that, you can then do a calculation to determine, based on your payback time or time of the benefit, on how much you should actually commit in costs to realize that savings. And my comment or concern is, it doesn't appear that that's been done. And so they're great statements, but what do we expect in terms of a benefit? Municipalities across Canada have struggled with the build it and they will come approach. Belleville, my wife's family's from there, they spent $90 million to build an industrial park. No one's coming. It's going to bankrupt the town potentially. So I hesitate to head down that path unless we have information that supports those expenditures.
Councillor Hammond, Councillor Savage.
That's where I struggle with this also. The major property owner down here in the core has really not been, yes, he sat on the committee, but there's really nothing in the plan that speaks to what's going to happen on his property. I honestly see the core actually moving a little bit more towards up Lanceville Road and perhaps Ware Road. We haven't considered any of that. I think we really don't see, for me, I don't believe just having a street streetscape plan is going to increase business. I honestly don't see that. Just because a building looks good, and it's not going to bring more people here. That's not what brings people to a business. There's a lot of things we need to do before we get to that stage. We haven't even looked at the whole redevelopment issue, if we can ever get there. That's contingent on the water thing. And yes, I know it takes time and planning takes time, but I think we're just a little bit ahead. I think we need, and I've gone and read the Gibson's economic development plan, and it is a good plan. Like they do the whole analysis, they do the numbers, they actually show the benefit. And then you go look at Gibson's, and they actually achieved it. They had all the components there, and that's what makes a good plan. They actually know what it is what will work in their community, and they did that. Whereas we don't even know what will work here. That's part of our problem, and yet we want to create a streetscape. Well, I think we need to do some economics around this first.
Councillor Savage.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we got to recall that this initiative stems out of the OCP. It's quite clear. The OCP makes reference to village core improvement. The tourism plan that was undertaken a few years ago, it talks about improvements in the village core. The community questionnaire talked about improvements in the village core. The regional growth strategy talked about it. I mean, it's a planning exercise. Yes, it is expensive. It's not a construction exercise. We're not talking about throwing millions of dollars at this thing. It's a planning exercise that may well sit on the shelf for a year, 2 years, but at least we've done it. We've taken the direction from the OCP, and it's a tool that we can apply when we do get development or redevelopment applications, if they happen.
Councillor Mulvey.
I'd like to propose an amendment to take out explore moving farmers market closer to the core.
Isn't
Do you
it
have
in
a
the
second
plan?
for that? Sorry?
Isn't it in the plan?
Well, it is a
No, it's not.
It's not?
No.
Okay. Was it hang on, do we have a seconder for the motion?
Yeah, second.
Seconded by Councillor Savage. Okay, discussion to it. Councillor Mulvey.
Just to be quite simple about it, we're talking about making a fairly major shift in policy. Councillors have talked throughout elections about doing village core improvements, and I'd like to take this out so that we can have the full council here and so that Councillor Negre can participate in the discussion.
Okay. So,
Yeah, I second that. There's nothing we have control over. We can't force the farmers market to move or whatever. So it's outside of our control anyhow. So.
okay. Okay. Further discussion on the amendment? Trying to think of
There wasn't a motion.
no, I believe there was a motion endorsing the items there, and it's an amendment to the motion to remove that bullet. Discussion on the amendment, Councillor Henry.
Well, I'm pretty sure one of the committee members, and I can state the name, spoke quite passionately about that.
Okay, but keep in mind that this is not a discussion of the report itself. It's
No.
a discussion of steps.
Oh.
So in terms of that question, actually there is one aspect to it. Just for clarification, the second bullet states implement village core initiatives.
Yeah.
Where are those defined? And I'm just thinking process here.
We haven't approved a final plan yet.
Okay, but and here's where I'm struggling with the goal of the motion itself. If that village core initiatives encompasses the farmers market discussion, the motion may not achieve the goal. Councillor Mulvey?
The plan had a number of initiatives in it with respect to implementation. I don't have it in front of me, but I don't recall. My specific recollection is that we actually removed everything to do with the farmers market, but I don't remember specifically. I remember council members were concerned about specifically identifying a particular group and giving them favoritism, and my recollection is that at least some specific references we took out. With respect to implementing the village core initiatives, there's a whole range of them that it would be up to council on an item-by-item basis to approve as we went along. Some of them include garbage cans, some of them include street painting, some of them are more substantial, like creating the plaza. But overall, as a strategic plan, this is, in my mind, this gives a working plan to staff so that they can provide us with the agenda material and we can vote or not vote on the specific items. This is not, as far as I understand it, this is not going to be tying us down to a specific outcome, but more or less providing us with the kinds of things that we're going to be covering and considering over the next little while, including what would be in this list.
Councillor Scott and Councillor Coulson to the amendment.
Yeah, to the amendment. I believe the plan is still in draft, so council has not adopted the plan. So
Okay.
there isn't a plan, essentially.
Okay.
Well, I'm confused.
Yeah. So there isn't a plan in my mind that exists out there because council hasn't endorsed it.
Okay. So then I struggle with if there's a plan that's not endorsed, how can we be stating action steps?
Well, and that was something I was going to bring up as well, that I know we're jumping the gun as we start talking the economics here, but one of the things I was going to bring up is that, yes, I'd like to see the finished plan before I would commit anything further. And then my biggest problem, going back to the dollar side, just touching on that, was I didn't have so much a problem with the dollars that were allocated to date. It was the additional dollars, and I wasn't aware that there was going to be an additional $30,000 required.
Okay. Just recognizing, for example, the way that we did on the water side. On the water side, we've endorsed the idea of a facilitator, and the other steps and goals, actions that were listed, we've left by the wayside until such time as that's done. Possibly just as a suggestion, I do recognize that there is a motion on the floor and the amendment itself, but to kind of struggle with this aspect, possibly thinking more short term, council suggested action becomes the
Receipt of the report.
Yeah.
well, not even receipt of I think it goes receipt of the report, because I think as a report itself, I think it needs to be come to some conclusion, right? How far that is to be decided, but some sort of conclusion. So just as a suggestion, we take out the actions as showing now with, and I hate to do it because it's a strategic plan, more of a short-term goal, because I'm hearing differences with regards, quite significant differences as to where we kind of want to end up, or where we see ourselves ending up with regards to the village core plan. Councillor Hill?
So can we somehow, and you can craft it, move that we table this until we actually have the original village core plan come to us for final approval? Just so we can talk about that document first?
Okay, let's process that.
Okay.
Councillor Milbank?
First of all, we seem to have wandered off the amendment, which was what I was
That's the amendment.
what I was trying to avoid. And second of all, I'm happy to respond to Councillor Scott's comment about the additional $30,000. The plan was initially estimated to cost. The second stage of the plan was initially estimated to cost $60,000. So there's an initial component which we've completed. The second part of the plan was estimated to cost $60,000. Of that, $30,000 approximately, 29, has been identified as being in last year's surplus. We've already funded that. We could bring it forward into this year, and that's one of the carry forward motions that we're going to be looking at. The remainder of that $60,000 was, when we originally approved the moving forward with the plan, was broken down into two parts. $20,000 was anticipated to be covered by hiring the planner, which is what happened, so that falls off the table.
Are you talking about the amendment? Sorry.
No, hang on. Other people, because the contemplation of the amendment is affected by these other things, so we have to kind of
in my
do the
mind,
same thing.
we should have voted on the amendment
Yes.
a few
Right.
comments ago.
Okay, fine.
Question on the
Let's get
amendment.
that off
Let's
the
just do
table.
that one.
Okay,
That's the question.
okay. So the amendment was to remove the first bullet. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion defeated. Which gets us to the original motion with the bullets.
What did you say? What was the amendment? Do a new vote.
Sorry, maybe I missed it here. The amendment was to remove the first bullet.
A revote.
Okay. All those in favor?
Okay, so not all the bullets per your earlier comment.
No.
One bullet. Okay.
One bullet.
Great. Sorry.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion defeated.
Just so we can look at the entire document first before we
Okay.
start hacking on it.
Councillor
It was
Milne.
just to get, it was just to get.
Councillor
it was just
Scott.
to get-
Councillor Milne.
My amendment was aimed at having the full complement of council here so that we could talk about this with everybody here, but
That's what it was.
Confusing.
Actually, hang on. Councillor Milne. Continue.
as it is, going back to my earlier comments about budgeting, $60,000 was budgeted for the second stage. We completed the first stage, which was that part we've done. The second stage is the one that we're in the process of doing. We have gotten, we have not even started that. We budgeted $30,000 for the second stage. That was included in last year's budget. There was $30,000 remaining. Of that, $20,000 is anticipated to be basically unnecessary if the planner was hired on a full-time basis, which is what happened. So that number dropped down to 40, and then $10,000 was expected to be obtained from a grant. So looking at the number as $60,000, if you're concerned about numbers, is not entirely accurate. We probably need, if we pass the vote to carry forward the $30,000 that's already been allocated to this, we probably need an additional 10 in order to make up the grant that we didn't get.
Okay. Councillor.
It's still all very confusing. Even the number carry forwards, because I get what staff are doing, but I'm looking at our council agenda of 2014-13, where we started this whole process, and the reason we moved forward is because we were going to allocate the planner time to it, and now we've taken the planner time out to make the bottom line bigger. So I don't understand how we're doing our budgeting. I can't say it any more simpler than that. It's just, it's confusing about how we're getting to what's been a cost and what's not a cost anymore.
Councillor Milne.
I mean, it seems clear to me. The carry forward is asking for the money from last year. We need that for stage 2, and then we need the $10,000, which we didn't get from a grant. That's it.
But why was there no planner time allocated to it? That's where I get confused.
Because the planner time was rolled into the hiring of the planner with the understanding that the staff planner would be completing the next stage of the plan.
Sorry, no, not to based on my
My
minutes.
recollection.
Not on the minutes.
Yeah. Staff wish to comment on
I can read
the budget. Staff wish to comment on the
Just
budget.
from the planning perspective, when this was initially presented in 2013, it was with the assumption that Meredith would be carrying out the work that's identified as the $20,000. We didn't anticipate that at this particular point because our new planner, Ms. Bopalsing, has not had the opportunity to completely go through that plan and make that determination that she's able to carry out the work that initially Meredith was going to take on and carry out. We suspect that Lisa is capable of doing that, so one could conclude that Lisa would be able to cover those $20,000 costs. I don't know if Jenna has additional information that she wants to add.
Well, the only comment I was going to make with respect to 2014 specifically is phase 2 didn't even begin. So Meredith spent no time on it, nor did the subsequent planner, because phase 1 was still in progress. So that's why there was no allocation within that carry forward number that Councilor Milbank is referring to. Is that project, part of the project never got started, so there would have been no application of Meredith's time to it because it wasn't done.
Councillor Colson.
Why aren't we including the planner's time? Because we're underrepresenting the true cost for this study or plan then. It's taking, going to extreme case, a full-time position. That has a substantial impact on the cost of this. And it's a mistake to disregard it, I believe.
Are you referring to 2014 or 2015?
Both.
Because I think what Councillor Milbank was just saying is that if it goes forward in 2015, we may need to add additional dollars depending on, of course, we didn't get the grant, so at least a minimum of 10,000. If it can be determined that the planner can do that work, then there would be no need to add the additional 20 because it's already captured within that time. So I think that's on the table right now. We're trying to determine once that plan is able to be reviewed, as our CAO just commented, whether or not our new planner can provide essentially that value and services as was noted in last year's report.
Councillor Milbank.
Perhaps some of the new council members don't have the benefit of our discussions from last term, but the planner position, when it was moved from full-time to part-time, this specific issue was discussed in the February 3rd, 2014 meeting, and a report to CAO at page 2 includes the statement, further, the detailed design guidelines, so that's phase 2, included in this proposal has an estimated consultant's cost of $20,000. If the special request increased the community planner position, which was considered at that same meeting, to full-time were approved, this cost could be eliminated as the district's current community planner has the skills and time to prepare these guidelines, resulting in a net cost of only $30,000 for the second stage of the BCCIP. And that $30,000 is what is currently sitting in carry forward.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Councillor Savage, did you have something?
Yeah, just in response to Councillor Colson, when you say shouldn't the planner's cost be included in the project cost, but that's the same with Mr. Spear's involvement in the sewer project. His cost won't show up as an additional to the sewer line items. It's a staff cost that we have dropped. I don't see the planner in the...
But we have the sewer fund that costs are allocated toward. We roll costs toward.
Well, operational is different than project oriented, is what I suspect. Councillor Scott?
No, all I was just going to comment on is when I saw in the staff report that there is basically the carry forward of $29,000 and an additional $30,000. That is what my concern is. But I think with this whole thing, just to keep things moving forward, I think we should table it, park it, whatever we want to do until we actually get the report. I'd like to see the report first before I make any recommendations to council on suggested actions.
Is that a motion?
Well, we got a motion on the table.
Yeah, we got a motion on the table, and when it comes to it, like I said, we did on the water side, because we haven't not yet determined the next step on it, we put in the strategic planning side of things, for want of a better way to say it, an interim step, because we don't know what the further step is.
Which is what Councillor Scott's recommending.
Well, but there is a motion on the floor with regards to the thing. So what we could do is we could look at the motion itself.
Decision and
The other motion.
Yeah.
What's the motion?
The motion was to endorse the steps or the items and the 4 bullets shown under the village core improvements next steps. Okay, sorry, Councilor Midnight.
Just a question to staff. Is it possible to amend the strategic plan?
Yes.
there's a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
But
No, it was just a question to staff with regards to process and
throughout the year.
With regards to the water side of things, we can add to it once we determine direction, and we can certainly do it in here as well. Councillor Savage.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Scott. I'm not, the $30,000 is not what I'm supportive of. That's not the approach that we took last year. It was conditional on the district planner being able to, fulfill those functions. So that 30,000 in my mind should be 10. So I
Motion on the floor.
Okay, so any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion,
which is
to endorse the 4 bullet steps on page 20 of your agenda. Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
By all means. All those in favor of the motion? Councillor Milbank, Councillor Savage, opposed. Councillor Hain, Councillor Scott, Mayor Hain, and Mayor Coulson. Councillor Coulson.
Councillor Scott.
Motion defeated. Councillor Scott.
I'd like to make a motion that with the village core improvement next steps, that council not give any further direction to staff until council has received the village core. When would be the final? Well,
We haven't done it.
Sorry, repeat it again?
not given.
Should he can't hear.
Oh, sorry. That council not give any direction to next steps until the village core improvement plan has been received.
Second.
Okay, before I recognize the motion, you realize you just gave council direction not to give direction to staff.
No, I rephrased it.
No, you had the word not in there. Okay.
Restate it.
How about if we direct staff to bring the consideration of next steps back to council once the council has the opportunity to consider the village core plan? So it's a proactive direction to staff.
Sure.
Councilor Miller?
Point of order. Those steps have already been approved by council. You need to rescind the motions that we made in 2013 in order to take that kind of non-action.
I make that motion.
Hang on. Sir, could you explain further?
Well, council has already approved doing all of the things to get to the end of stage 2. Council has approved that. Council approved it in 2013 or 2014.
No, we're referring right now to the actions identified in the workshop.
You said to take no further steps.
Until we get the report.
Well, it's called Village Core Improvements Next Steps. I'm reading from the strategic plan because that's what we're working on. And it was to take no further steps until council has received the Village Core plan.
Everything, all of the steps in phase 2, which are what we seem to be backtracking from, have already been approved by council. I don't have these materials with me.
Councillor Scott is not saying that they're not going to be done. It's just a question of timing.
Well, and I was specifically referring to the strategic plan, Village Core Improvements Next Steps. So we're right now we're setting out the next steps in this particular case to do with Village Core, and we're saying we're not going to have any next steps within the strategic plan until we've received the Village Core plan.
Well, certainly if you're talking about the wording in the strategic plan, that would make sense. But
that's what I'm referring to, because that's what we're dealing with right now is the strategic plan. We're not dealing with anything else. We're dealing specifically with the strategic plan.
Perhaps we want to change the motion then.
What do you suggest?
It's on my motion.
Okay. Councillor Scott, which way you...
Well, I'm talking about, because we're dealing with it specifically in context of we're approving our strategic plan. We're going through section by section of our strategic plan. And our strategic plan is calling it Village Core Improvements Next Step. And I'm saying that essentially we are not going to do anything further with it until we have received the Village Core plan. So we don't have a plan, so we can't determine next steps at this point in time.
Question to staff, do you need direction in any way, shape, or form to, for want of a better way to say it, not do any further steps until such time as council has considered the Village Core plan?
Yes, we would.
Okay, answers the question.
So just for clarity on what the motion reads.
We didn't really have one come on the floor. We were kind of crafting as we go. Okay. Go ahead.
That council not provide direction on the village core improvement next steps in the District of Lanceville Strategic Plan 2015 to 2019 until after council has received the CIP. And then there was discussion about dropping the negative, and so then it would be that council provide direction on that after council has received the VCCIP. And sorry, it's 2015 to 2019.
I get what he's trying to do. Can you just craft it simple?
Wouldn't it be simpler just to table the action?
Well, no, because we got to bring forward the village core plan, the draft.
We're just looking for a placeholder. We can't do phase 2 until phase 1 is complete.
Yeah.
So we're just saying we won't do any of the next.
We haven't
until
seen,
phase
we don't
1 is
even know what's in
complete.
it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm getting at. So,
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Scott, any way you want it.
I move that council not endorse the village core improvement next steps in the strategic plan 2015 to 2018 until receipt by council of the village core plan.
Second.
Second by Councillor Coulson. Councillor Hain.
I just have problems with the moving forward on a, and I know this motion is going to help, moving forward on a plan that we as this council hasn't even had a chance to discuss.
But that's what his motion is.
No, I know, I just,
Okay, so
the whole, we
speak
can't.
to the motion.
I am. How can we not do that, basically? Because.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Coulson.
Am I right? Is it mid-April where we're supposed to receive the staff report on the public information sessions and I'll call it phase 1 of the plan?
Yeah, Your Worship, April 13th is the staff projected date to have that synopsis in front of council.
Okay.
Councillor Hain.
And that's a draft, correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on the not endorsing motion? Sorry, Judy?
So it was.
Oh, sorry, seconder?
It's called
Ms. Councillor Coulson. There we go. Okay. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Motion carried. Back to my original question, Twyla, are you looking for some specific direction?
That's sufficient at this point, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it.
He'll have an app cheat when he gets back.
Okay. Gets us to the finances one. Priority actions originally said no new initiatives at this time. However, there was a suggestion regarding the asset management plan. Councillor Scott?
I move that under finances, priority actions, that we include staff continuing and preparing the asset management plans.
Okay, second by Councillor Savage. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, under community planning, there's a suggestion there, the priority action being secondary suite review and the zoning bylaw in relation to it.
So moved. As presented.
By Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Coulson. Discussion? Councillor Hain?
Just a question with regards to what will we be getting for the $2,000 for the initial public consultation?
That'll be left up to the planner to determine specifically. There will just be engaging the public as to their thoughts on secondary suites at this point.
Councillor Coulson?
Supportive, not supportive.
Yeah,
like that.
so we had a question to that effect in the citizen satisfaction survey that are tied through the OCP, so it would be more framed differently? Or? Yeah.
Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Which gets us to communications. So in that respect there's a variety of items listed there and bullets there in terms of suggested actions. In the staff report, there's some discussion there and some discussion regarding resources, licensing fees, etc. Okay, do note in the actions there's two bold headings kind of separated there. So possibly if we kind of consider those separately. So the first one is develop a communication and engagement policy itself. Councillor Haney. So the motion to develop such a policy. Your seconder? Second by Councillor Savage.
This is just one at a time we're going through these?
Well, there's two bold headings.
Oh, the bold headings, sorry.
Yeah.
Actually,
What are you looking at?
no, I went down into the details.
Okay.
I'm with you.
So, second by Councillor Savage. Yeah. So with regards to there's a variety of items there, suggested action. The staff report, there's some mentioning with regards to the videotaping / streaming requirements, as well as some comments with regards to Facebook, Twitter, etc. Okay, Councillor Coulson.
I wonder if we've rolled too much into this item. I look at the third bullet with communications, Twitter and Facebook. If I recall correctly, I believe that was around using push technologies or social media to improve communications. The website I think was similar, but I think also spoke toward improving its usage. I think there's been a comment about the new copier printing in OCR format, so documents could be searched easier.
Search online.
Yeah. So that's just one specific example, but I wonder if there's too much, in that broader communication and engagement policy. Should those be dealt with in more discrete items? Another example would be the.
Councillor Eager, are you all right?
If you'll excuse me.
Yeah, by all means.
You're up.
All the excitement.
Usually elevated.
Did you hit?
Had that at council meeting before. Can we just kind of hang on for a sec? People replenish their water if they wish. And
Sorry about that. Yeah.
replenish their water.
The one thing I'd like to suggest, if we have extended meetings, that we can
Take a break.
Yeah. If we use
Yeah.
mushrooms or water.
Like in classrooms and things like that, we find it's kind of after roughly about an hour and a half.
So it's 2 hours.
Yeah. Resolution 17 for French emails coming in on there. Endorsing Resolution 17 of the ICC. Okay, so we're on the communication side of things. In terms of it, when it comes to the standpoint of the resourcing, etc.
Sorry, one more I was going to add.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Oh, yeah.
And another one that we've spoken of to twice in prior meetings is around the recordings and streaming and such. To me, that in itself would take a bit of time to develop policy, perhaps. And so, we've lumped quite a few things together and trying to tackle it in one broader policy. And I don't know if I'd say that wasn't our intent. But during the strategic plan session, a lot of those individual items got rolled together, I think, for clarity of voting. So I wonder if we decouple those for the purpose of actually developing policy.
Okay, Councillor Savage and Councillor Scott.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we've got a great opportunity here to engage the community by going out to the community and trying to get people to help us and form a committee, give us some advice. There are lots of people out there with skills on communication and streaming and all kinds of stuff that I certainly don't have. And we had volunteers, people come forward at the strategic planning session to offer to help us to do this. I think we should take advantage of it.
Okay, Councillor Scott.
A question through to staff. Developing a communications and engagement policy obviously can be a fairly large task because it can be very multifaceted. Would you foresee if we're moving in this direction, and I think we need something, because I think we need some bookends on some things moving forward, but can we do it in a segmented approach that it forms an overall policy so that we can take it off in more bite-sized chunks versus doing a huge, large, comprehensive plan all at once that encompasses everything and takes a long, long time to develop? Take it off in specific pieces and then make it sort of like, for lack of a better expression, you have appendices for each one of the different things, for whether it be regarding things regarding Twitter or Facebook or streaming or that type of thing. Would that be possible?
I believe that could be accomplished. I can certainly defer to my Director of Corporate Administration, who is going to be taking the lead in that role, but I don't foresee any issues in breaking it out and adding to as we go through the process.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think at this point, it's looking for endorsement, a recommendation to council to endorse developing a policy. That doesn't say what the policy is going to have in it. Certainly staff's intention coming forward is to separate it out, certainly for the social media portion, as a quicker, low-hanging fruit to get in front of you, and then go on with the balance of it. There's distinctions as well within communications, and some of them are doing this as engagement policies, where there's a policy level document, but there's also a guideline document. So when you look at a provincial one for social media, they also have guidelines on uses. So it goes parallel. But yeah, so the short answer is yes. We'll be breaking it into sections.
Awesome. Thank you.
So do we need a motion to direct staff to do that, so we don't get bogged down in the policy, but we can work on whatever areas we think are most important first?
Absolutely. Staff will help in that direction.
So we currently have that motion on the table, on the floor, in regards to just creating a policy. And don't we? We move?
Do we have a motion?
I do. I have Councilor Hay moved, and I think it was Councilor Coulson seconded. The committee level recommends that council endorses the communications priority action, develop a communication engagement policy.
Okay.
So
very broad.
Very broad. So can I amend, or can I add a point to that? Whatever you want. Okay. So again, with regards to, we move that we create this communication engagement policy, and that we initiate the process of streaming our council meetings immediately as part of that policy. No?
That's totally getting into detail. You've got an umbrella, getting into the detail is a separate motion, fine, but personally I don't think it ties in with that motion itself directly. Council, question to staff. Develop a communication engagement policy, very broad umbrella. I think Councillor Savage has raised an interesting point in terms of involvement on that. What is the best way to express the concept or idea of striking a community-based committee or involvement of community members in it?
Sorry. I was diving in there. First of all, we didn't contemplate that. That's a whole nother process that would be ongoing and might make it not so expeditious for delivering on. But I can tell you one thing that a lot of places I've done, and I've had that experience in the past, is that we created a draft, or we created components, and then invited people to provide comment on it. And that can be done a number of ways, either through a document that goes out or a special meeting. We had one where we had tables where people talked about each component, and what's good about the communication, what needs improvement on the communication. So it definitely is engaged, and we're making use of the expertise. But it's not, because it's internal communication, prepared internally and then to go externally, it's not something you can actually hand over to others unless we're going to some kind of contract.
Okay, Councillor Newgrave, I believe.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't help but think we're getting into unhelpful detail right now. I mean, really, we've set some goals that generally want to guide what happens and what things look like. We say we want to develop a communication policy. I just don't see it helpful developing individual points within that communication policy at this time of the evening. Short time period, lots of other stuff to do. It's crazy. Just for God's sake, people stop. Let's get the communication policy, and then we'll figure out what it looks like.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion then? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Gets us down to the next heading.
You should say that at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, there's a specific heading here labeled First Nations Communication and Partnership with some suggested actions there. Councillor Hain.
Again, this was a melding of a number of topics at the strategic planning session. Most of the votes were actually for partnership or more engagement with the fire department. I'm not opposed to engagement with First Nations. We used to do it a lot, or a lot more than we have in the last few years. I don't have a problem with that. I just think we can't drop the fire department from this. We've got to ensure that we set up some sort of strategy or schedule to meet with them on a more frequent basis.
Okay. So, Councillor Scott.
Did we already move the First Nations Communication and Partnership heading?
No.
I would like to move that, and I don't want to specifically get into the bullets because I think it's First Nations Communication and Partnership, and I think we need to, through staff, work on developing a plan. I think leave it at that. I'm not going to get into improving or cooperating or identifying. I think it's just
Okay, so we've got the title First Nations Communication and Partnership, but there's no action in there.
And that's why I said is council work with staff to develop a plan.
Okay, so that's the action.
That's the action.
That would be the bullet.
That's the bullet, and we just leave it at very broad based at this point in time.
So is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay, motion for the title and then the brief develop a plan. Do we have a seconder for that? Second by Councillor Coulson. Discussion to that motion? Councillor
So
Hain.
sorry, just going back. Should we then have another motion for the fire department?
It would not be encompassed within that motion, so you're free to add it to it. As a separate motion.
I'll do it as a separate motion then after.
Okay, Councillor Mulvey.
My comment only relates to the time. It's 8:20. This has been going since 6 o'clock. We have time deadlines with respect to our budget, and we really need to get through some of the fairly significant budget items, including the 5-year plan, and I expect that firefighter Westby and Chief Whips are here to hear about the outcome of the fire department services review. So I'm just a little bit concerned. I'm reluctant to go past our 10:30 time, and even if we did, I still don't think we're going to get through it all. So I don't know if you've got any options for dealing with that. I'm almost at this time thinking maybe we should table the remainder of the strategic plan so that we can get onto the budget stuff, which we have a fixed deadline to pass.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor with respect to the First Nations side of things. So let's dispense with that first. Further discussion on the motion? Are you aware of what the motion is? Nothing further, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Now just with finishing off communications possibly here, and then we'll discuss further. Councillor Hain?
I move we create a fire department communication and partnership plan to improve and enhance communication with the fire department.
Okay. Second by Councillor Legrave. Discussion on that? Councillor Hain?
I wonder if we should be allocating some money to that budget.
This isn't budget
I
discussions.
know, but we have money on this one. But just as a thought to, something to think about to, just to help build those relationships.
Okay. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, so what there is there's 3 more items with regards to the strategic plan. What would council like to do?
Just finish it.
Sorry?
Just finish it. They're quick.
Okay, nothing in terms of suggestions here. Parks and Rec. So in terms of the priority action side, there's some items that are listed there with regards to improved trails, and that's it.
I approved the goals. Oh no, we already done the goals, haven't we?
And we did those, yes.
Move receipt or move, I don't know what it is.
Do you want them in or not?
I want them in.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then move the action.
Move the action.
Second, is there a second?
So I'll second it.
Second by Councillor Scott.
I'll second it, but can I'll ask for a friendly amendment that
Okay.
the talks about phase 3 sewer line. I think that should be tied into the E&N trail versus the Alds to Foothill.
Sure, repeat that again.
In bullet number 1, it talks about the from Alds to Foothill along sewer phase 3 line. I think the sewer phase 3 line should be attached to the E&N trail towards Superior.
If I might make a suggestion, why are we getting to that level of detail?
I don't know, it was just in here, and I just,
Okay,
we're accepting the bullets, and the bullets are incorrect.
Okay,
So either we remove it, or,
Okay.
we'll remove it, let's remove it.
okay. Do you want to make an motion, or who's the mover and seconder? You guys are mover and seconder. Are you guys okay with just taking off the words along sewer phase 3 line?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Mulvaney.
With respect to the action items, I won't support it because I don't support pursuing the E&N trail. The cost is astronomical. It's, my recollection is that it's $2.2 million. There's no grant around where you can get $2.2 million, and even if there was, then I'd be advocating to apply it to something different. Like, I mean, even if it was specific to Parks and Rec, we could get a very nice waterfront park for $2.2 million. So I just don't think that for the length of the trail, I just don't think that it's an appropriate use of funds.
Mr. Scott?
I believe in leaving it in there because again, there's some opportunities from my understanding anyways that the phase 3 sewer line could potentially be tied in with the E&N trail works, and they could piggyback on each other. So there could be a lot, significantly less trail. So I'd like to leave it in. The council still ultimately will be able to vote on whether they support it or don't support it in the future due to financial costs.
Councillor Savage?
Yeah, I have no problem leaving it in, but, you know, just going back to earlier comments about the village core with the cost-benefit analysis, same applies to that $2 million? Can't see it.
Okay. Further discussion. I'm going to make an amendment to the motion to remove the third bullet. The third bullet speaks directly to the E&N trail extension, whereas the second bullet says improve trail linkages as an example E&N trail. In my mind, the second bullet itself covers off any opportunities we may have with regards to the E&N trail.
Perhaps in your amendment, you might think it looks better to just say, have it read improved trails. That gives us a wide range of opportunity.
Okay, this is my amendment now. Remove the third bullet, and with regards to the second bullet, remove the EG, E, and N trail. I like the word linkages in there. It focuses on connectivity to various ones rather than isolated ones.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Savage. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried, thank you. And service delivery. No new initiatives at this time. We good with that?
Did you vote on the main motion?
Oh, my mistake. Thank you. Back on the improved trails. We voted on the amendment. Now the main motion is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Now it's service delivery. No new initiatives at this time. So unless somebody wants to add them, that's the way it'll read. Next item, corporate maintenance. There's some items there revolving around reviewing organizational capacity, district bylaws review, and expand committees. Councillor Savage.
Yeah, just on the priority actions. The bottom two bullets there, review job descriptions and time allocations. Those are management functions. They're not governance issues.
Okay, so you're suggesting the removal of those?
Yes.
Okay, so let's get a motion on the floor with respect to what would be included.
So I move that bullet number 1 be retained, bullet number 2 and 3 be removed from the priority actions.
Okay, we have a second for that?
Second.
Second by Councillor Scott. Discussion? Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I agree with with what Councillor Savage just said. One thing that I'm going to comment on is in the staff report that I found very useful is when it had the time allocation required for some of these items. I think it gives council a lot better direction as to exactly what is required for some of these things we're requesting from them. That, it's not just staff spending an hour or two on something, that some of these things are pretty extensive. They, wow, that is a pretty significant item. So I think it makes council much more aware of the requirements of what they're requesting. So I would encourage staff to include that in the future. With regard to the detailed review of the current corporate capacity, I will support it, but the one caveat I have is I want to know what the cost is before we proceed with it. So that is the basis I would be supporting the motion.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councillor Coulson.
Bullet 3 there, to me that's kind of covered in that earlier discussion we had with separating staff kind of operational tasks and strategic plan tasks. So when we get that report or list, that's basically time allocation of staff in a sense. So I see that function being accomplished elsewhere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, the implementation, is there a required endorsement of the last implementation page? No. Okay, so in terms of it then, it gets us to item 4B, business arising from the committee of the whole meeting. There is, in your agenda, for example, there's the Bruce Halliday information with regards to the Port Theatre side of things. There already is a motion on the floor itself. Yeah, it was a previous motion that was tabled forward to receive this information.
Through staff, I believe you sent out some more information today. I didn't bring it with me, I just quickly seen the email. Could you provide that, please?
Certainly. So, Your Worship, I distributed additional information to Council earlier today as a result of requesting the Port Theatre to provide the district with some more background as it relates to how the households were identified. They were able to share with staff an address list which we were able to review and hence confirm the number of households that they had identified on their list. So I did note a discrepancy in the numbers. According to our review, it results in 2013 should be 314 households versus the 343 that were identified by the Port Theatre. And then in 2014, that exact same number versus the 344. I did go on to state that staff did not spend time looking at the number of tickets sold for events, nor did we look at the value of tickets because we just didn't have time to carry out that work in advance. There was a comment, I believe, brought forward from members of council as it relates to potentially their children or relative performing a function at the Port Theatre. They do not keep those specific stats when it comes to a, let's say, a Lanceville child participating in an event as a group at the Port Theatre. They do not go through their list and determine, oh, you're from here, you're from there. It's just captured as one group. So that's the additional comments I have with regards to that information.
Okay. Councillor Coulson.
Question to staff. Are those unique household addresses or occurrences? So, for example, one house could purchase tickets to 10 shows. Is that counted as 10 households?
I did not seek that clarification.
They are unique addresses.
Yeah, I think they are unique.
Sorry, but it could be a repetitive, is what I'm saying though, is down the list. I did not go back and see if that address bought tickets for the...
Yeah, we didn't do a group and sort and...
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is standing motion on the floor with regards to a recommendation to provide a grant in the amount of $9,000 to Port Theatre for the 2015 calendar year.
So,
Sorry, on the floor. Okay. So just further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Sorry, Councillor.
Yeah, not to rehash our comments from last meeting, I can't support it even in light of the new statistics we've received. Going back to the citizen satisfaction survey, 60% reported they never used the Port Theatre, and 28% reported it was less than 6 times. So that's 88% of Lanceville infrequently or never used in that service. So.
Okay. Councillor Scott.
I'm going to support the motion. It's been ongoing that we've supported it for a number of years, basically since inception. I think well, except 1 year. Although it's unwritten, it was tied in with water way back when, and the concern I have regarding it is virtually all other areas surrounding Nanaimo now contribute to it. My understanding is Gabriola contributes to it, Cedar contributes to it, and the News contributes to it. I think if Lanceville doesn't contribute to it, I think it doesn't send a very good message to the city if we're trying to build relationships with them. We're trying to work through the water agreement, and I think it would unnecessarily cloud the waters at this point in time. So I will be supporting it.
Okay, Councillor Savage.
yeah, I was voting. I agree with Councillor Scott. This grant's been given to the Port Theatre since incorporation, except for 1 year. I think these things are part of a broader regional cooperation, and I agree. I think it would put us in bad light. So I will be supporting it. Ask for a recorded vote, please.
Okay. Councillor Milbank.
I was the councillor who was asking about school groups, etc. I did speak with Mr. Halliday at the Port Theatre about that subject, and there are a lot of opportunities for people to attend at the Port Theatre where they do not actually buy tickets, which is what the figures that we received in our agenda package reflect. For example, Core Dance Studio, Kirkwood Academy, Harbour Dance Center, Rhythm Dance, Tempo Dance, Brigadoon, Dance Jazz Fest, Grade 4 Education Program, Grade 5 Choir, Symphonic Choir, BC Cadets, grad ceremonies, high school convocation, BC Boys Choir, and a number of other items. I also spoke with a mother whose children are a part of a dance school where they perform at on the porch stage every year, and she said two things. First of all, for her kids, it is unbelievably exciting to be performing on the big stage where everything is professionally done, and that's an experience that can't be duplicated if you're on, for example, a school stage. The other thing that she says is it's critical for their fundraising because they pay for a certain number of tickets, and then apparently after a threshold, the rest of the funding goes to the dance school. So, that's also not going to be reflected in the figures, and it puts a light on kind of the broader community aspects of having an arts facility that's supported. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Councillor Negre.
Thank you. I'll just restate a little bit what Councillor Milbank just said. It's a personal statistic, but I think it's quite representative of the families in the area. I have 4 children, which by the end of this June will have gone through the local schools. Every kid went to Port Theatre at least once a year during the course of their schooling in this area, and I think that is very significant.
Councillor Savage.
Just one other comment. The Port Theatre is also used for organisations to raise fund for. I'm supporting a concert for handicapped kids, stuff like that. So there are broader regional benefits of having something like the Port Theatre. So I would encourage councillors to support it.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor Savage, Councillor Scott, Councillor Milbank, and Councillor Negre. Opposed? Councillor Colston, Councillor Hain, and Mayor Hain. Okay, Fire Department Services Review. So there's a scope of work document, as well as a recommendation in the agenda itself. So they're looking for
staff recommendation.
The
committee of the whole endorses staff proceeding with engaging services of Paul Murray to perform the fire department services review immediately, and further recommends that council adopts the motion on that.
Second.
Okay. Second by Councillor Negre. Discussion. Councillor Scott.
The only question I have, both to council and to staff, is it talks about a maximum of 5 representatives of the fire department. I don't know if that's sufficient or not, and I don't know how those people are determined. That was my only concern, is that maybe we should be allowing just a tiny bit more money to spend a tiny bit more time interviewing, depending on what everybody's thoughts were.
Do you want to comment from
Sure.
first? Certainly that was the reason and the rationale behind the number of interviews, because it will take that little bit longer to carry those out. We had discussions that we thought at minimum at least all the officers should be interviewed, and then maybe 5 or 6 of the general membership. But again, we would be looking for just a slight increase to the budget allocation to carry that out.
Just to follow up on that, if we included 5 or 6 extra people, what type of cost? $1,000 maybe or something?
Sorry?
Another $1,000 or something along those lines?
Possibly, yes. That seems. I'd have to have that conversation with Mr. Murray to be exact, but I suspect he would accommodate our request.
Yeah, but probably something in that range.
Further discussion. Councillor Colson and Councillor Milbank.
What are Mr. Murray's qualifications to perform a fire service review?
Okay, so just a brief rundown of Mr. Murray. He was previously with Saanich, and he had 12 years there. 2 as the CAO, 10 as the Director of Finance and Corporate Projects. He also participated as the Chief Negotiator for QP and IAFF, which is the firefighters' collective bargaining unit. 3 years as CAO General Manager with CREST, who was at the time the new nonprofit emergency communications center, and he was instrumental in administrative and governance structures, which included fire department in the past. Prior to that, he was with Langford as the Director of Finance for 9 years. He has a master's degree, senior certificate in local government administration. He's a CPA, and he has his Bachelor of Business Admin.
Can you light your fire, but that's
Question is, do you know how to put it out?
Propane.
Councillor Milbank.
I'll put it over now.
Through you, if I could, my only question is whether or not either do you have any comments on this proposal?
First, my apology for not being in uniform. I come from another event and I rushed late to get here.
You're fired.
I had the same question regarding qualifications because I hadn't seen the name before, and I had concerns maybe about when those interviews would be done, because obviously daytime it could be a whole different conference that you're drawing from than say looking at the evening when people like John here would be available to meet with someone, you know. So those are two things that popped in my mind. But you know, background of the individual.
I have concerns about that too.
Councillor Coulson.
Yeah, further thanks to those points, I have some concerns about the process. I think the interviews, the number of interviews conducted needs to be broader. I would also suggest some form of exit interview with the fire hall. So once whomever does this task has completed a preliminary report, so to speak, that they come back and talk with the fire hall again. The reason I suggest that is knowing what some of the proposed options might be, that might solicit some more feedback on implementation and feasibility. So something that looks good on paper economically or fundamentally might have some other challenges come forward. So that's kind of what I suggest on engaging the fire hall in that capacity.
Okay. Further discussion?
I have one more if I can.
Actually, Councillor Scott first, and then back to you.
I was just going to say I'd like to amend the motion
Okay.
to increase the number of interviewees from 5 to 10.
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Hain. Just recognizing that so that's in addition, endorses hiring a Paul Murray and amending the fire service review to include, okay.
To increase it from his
From 5 to
proposal
10.
from 5 to 10.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Hain. Discussion on that? Okay.
Actually,
Sorry, Tree?
So I just wanted to clarify, so it'll be amended in both clauses, and further, because right now it's, and further recommends that council adopts a motion on the floor. So if you note the motion on the floor above refers to specifically $5,000. So be as amended, striking 5 and inserting 6 was the
A
discussion.
suggestion?
Yep.
Is that fair?
Sure.
Seconder, okay with that? Okay. Thank you. Okay, discussion on the amendment. Hearing none, all those in favor?
No, I was just going to say, one thing with having the 10 people, what I would like to see, and I'll let Mr. Murray and staff work out the details of it, but I think we should interview all of the officers and then a selection of the regular firefighters. Then we get the whole command structure, which I think is, their buy-in is very critical, and to feel part of the process, and then some regular firefighters as well.
Okay, further discussion on amendment. Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Back to the original motion as amended. Councillor Coulson made some.
Yeah, so another round of comments if I can. So when I looked at the staff report that had the original 4 options for us to consider, one of them which was the status quo, which isn't feasible, the governance review, it said, noting that above is not an exhaustive list, council may want to consider hiring a consultant to facilitate a governance review of the department to assist in the evaluation of these and other alternatives. When I go to the scope of work we have here, we've spelled out the alternatives. So in my thinking, if we're paying an expert in this field to come and look at options, there needs to be an opportunity for them to suggest options, not just present them a punch list of things that we've predetermined and ask them to fill in the numbers, so to speak. So I have concerns with how this is unfolding.
Okay. Councillor Milby?
It says service delivery options such as, which suggests to me that, I mean, it's totally open to Mr. Murray or whoever it is to suggest other options.
Well, let's spell it out a bit more clear then, because it only has 2 days for research and analysis, so it's not a lot of time.
And then if I may, if that's expanded, I would assume that might have some financial implications then as well.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor as amended. Any additional discussion? Okay, I've got a couple questions. Was this fire service review scope of work created in consultation with the fire department?
And it was what was outlined on the special request item that was put before council, where staff identified potential options where council could make a decision in moving forward with the replacement of the fire chief. So in that was the governance suggested for the fire service review, status quo, contracting out, or part-time, full-time chief. So that was
sorry, that's not what I meant. I mean, in terms of the scope of work, was this created in consultation with the fire department?
I haven't had no conversations with the fire department at this point.
Okay. And that goes back to some of the items that Councillor Coulson raised, where when I look at the proposed work plan, there's the initial interviews with the fire department, but there doesn't appear to be the touching base back with the fire department in terms of, say, the draft report or something of that nature to make sure that assumptions are correct and that sort of aspect. So I'd like to see, in terms of the review of the draft itself, to include the fire department or the senior officers of the fire department to get their input on that draft itself.
Could I suggest it just be the officers then, just because of time constraints?
Yeah, certainly. I don't know, do you need formal amendment to the motion, although we did?
Could delay the timing of the item being concluded if it needs to go back to the fire department for their review? Right now, Mr. Murray's indicated 5 days to complete, so.
But I guess if it's going to come back to staff here, couldn't it come back to the fire department at the same time, kind of a parallel?
Oh, absolutely, but
process?
there's some changes because of that consultation with the fire department. I'm saying it might result in some increased time.
But kind of going back to some of our strategic planning initiatives, I think that consultation with the fire department in terms of that process is important in my mind. So I move that the review with client include a review with the officers of the fire department as well. Second by Councillor Hain. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, back to the original motion as amended.
Question.
Question has been called, provided there's no additional discussion. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed?
What was the motion now?
The motion was to engage the services of Paul Murray to perform the fire department services review at an estimated cost of $6,000. I'm paraphrasing here, including a couple of amendments, one being the maximum of 10 being mentioned in terms of interviewees, and the inclusion of the fire department in the review of the draft document.
Okay, can I make one final comment then, sir? I like where we've gone. I don't think Paul Murray's the right guy. He's got an impressive resume, but from an administrative background. I heard CPA, municipal governance, or whatever the diploma was.
No fires.
Pardon me?
No fires.
Actually,
Yeah. There was negotiations for the local thing. That's a completely different environment too. So I like the intent. I don't support the person, so I can't support it as is.
Before we take question to staff, are you aware of any direct fire service background of Mr. Murray?
No, other than his affiliation with CREST, and that was emergency response involvement.
Okay. Second question to staff, recognizing this is a committee of the whole meeting itself, and this would require endorsement of the council prior to embarking on the study, am I correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Would there be any action taken on this prior to our next council meeting where we consider these recommendations from committee?
Yes, there would be action taken based on how it's structured and as presented. We wanted to move forward based on the timing implications.
I guess I struggle a little bit about that, recognizing we're only in committee. So if we're endorsing it here, how can action be taken prior to it being moved at council? And I'm just asking.
It's just the way that the motion has been worded on the floor, so.
But again,
It does happen in municipalities where something needs to be progressed along before the next meeting, and it happens in a number of ways. One is getting endorsement from the body that's considering it, particularly when it's the same members that are at the body that would later be approving the endorsement. So that's why it's worded in this way, that the committee endorses proceeding with engaging it immediately, and then at the next meeting you would adopt. The council would be adopting the motion.
again, procedure, I struggle with that because we're committee. And in terms of committee giving staff the right to act, that kind of violates my interpretation of committee.
And I think that in every municipality it happens on occasion where council needs information in front of them by a certain deadline. And it gets accomplished in times of emergency, in times of moving something along, being an endorsed action, and then followed up with a formal motion at the next meeting, which is in April 13th. The other option is, because all council is here, that you can, at the end of the committee of the whole, waive notice and hold the special meeting and then make the motion at that time. And that way it'll still keep you on the timeline so that this information is back to you in the timely fashion that staff understood you needed it in order to fulfill on filling a vacancy by June.
Councillor Mulvaney?
Just for the sake of discussion, although, for all intents and purposes, we voted on it already, but are there any, I take the concern is that we're looking at someone who's essentially a bureaucrat and not somebody who has an appreciation of what life is like on the floor. Right? I definitely get that. In addition, you're talking about somebody who would probably primarily have experience, it sounds like, with a professional unionized environment, which is completely different from a volunteer environment. So, taking that, were there any individuals who would be sort of within the realm of being able to do this project who would have that kind of skill set as opposed to this kind of skill set?
Not for $5,000. Staff spent some time researching other communities that have engaged fire services review, and costs have been up to $95,000. It's not going to be something that could be carried out for $5,000. I could certainly research definitive cost implications with other individuals that have a firefighting background, and if they would be available, and then bring back to council what the cost implications of engaging that individual would be.
Councillor Haney, Councillor Scott.
So given that, could we just keep moving forward and put this on the next council agenda, pending getting more information? Do it as a motion to council, not action.
Just recommend to council.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Scott?
I think we are challenged time-wise here a little bit. We have to get moving on this. We're already probably very late in the game. I think also, as much as I appreciate the concerns about having somebody with firefighter experience, I think this also is looking at other things that are outside firefighting as well, because we've looked at components of this as potentially somebody being brought in to do some bylaw work and some other stuff like that. So we're looking at somebody who has, I think, some, and I appreciate the concerns regarding some of the football knowledge of being on the firefighter floor. But I think also we have to look at finding somebody that's a report writer, an interviewer, all of these types of things, and I don't know if we're going to find that in all those specific attributes in any one person, and I'm just getting, as I say, a little concerned about the time frame here. We put this off another couple of weeks, then we have to review it again, then we just get further and further and further down that road. That's where I have concerns.
Okay. So right now there's a motion on the floor. I understand the time aspect. There's also the wanting to do it right. The fact that the review itself wasn't, the creation of the review wasn't done in conjunction with the fire department worries me. The review with the client didn't include the fire department, that worries me. There's the profile that we received of the individual was verbal, which when it comes to it, appears to have some good book smarts and has some history. I'm concerned about kind of shortchanging the process, and so at this stage I can't support the motion. The reason why I was inquiring about timing was whether or not there is time to get a staff report to address the concerns that some council members may have. And so from that standpoint is the reason for my inquiry. Councillor Savage?
Yeah, thank you. I can't help but think that we're overthinking this thing. The objective is here is to provide an analysis of fire service delivery. Not which hand to hold the hose in or how to put a ladder up. This is $5,000. This is not a lot of money. There's a good benefit from having somebody who's not directly associated with a specific operation, like an ex-fire chief. There could be some sense of bias there. So I think we're overthinking this thing, to be honest.
Okay.
I think we should move with it.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion?
We get a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
Motion, please.
Trudy?
That the committee of the whole endorses staff proceeding with engaging the services of Paul Murray to perform the fire department services review immediately, increasing the number of interviewees from 5 to 10, and further recommends that council adopts the motion on the floor as amended, striking 5,000 and inserting 6,000. And further, that the review of the draft document include review with fire department.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, recorded vote has been requested. Sorry, all those in favor? Councillor Savage, Councillor Scott, Councillor Melbank, Councillor Leagrave, Mayor Heenan. Opposed? Councillor Coulson and Councillor Heenan. Motion carried.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Down.
Councillor Coulson.
Before we move off of fire, if I may, through the staff, I had requested in February background information on the $800,000 cost estimate that was put behind contracting out fire protection services. Can I ask what the status of that is, or can I get that information?
Sure. I'll provide it at the next meeting.
You had mentioned that last meeting, though, when we ran out of time.
I don't recall that.
Yeah, Jetta was away, and you said if she got back, it would be provided. Anyway, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Next meeting. Okay.
Next meeting, which will be?
13th of April. Okay, next item is the COLA policy, policy number 5002-1. This is requested at one of the previous committee of the whole meetings with regards to it. Councillor Coulson?
Yeah.
Okay, so staff has provided us with that.
I reviewed the policy, sorry.
Yeah.
I reviewed the policy. Item 2 is of concern, question. So I move that the committee of the whole recommends to council that staff provide council with copies of senior management employment contracts at the next in-camera meeting.
Okay. Do you second for that motion? Councillor Hayman, discussion? Councillor Coulson?
Yeah, the background for me is maybe others are aware of it, but we've got a policy in place, and I'm certainly not aware of what's in these separate employment contracts per item 2. I'd like to see them.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Hayman?
Going with that makes sense. You know, we represent the residents, I think, as kind of the employer's representative, which is really what we are. We should have a sense of what we've committed to and where our payroll is headed, and just a little bit more, because to be quite honest, I couldn't tell you anything. As much as some people get asked about water, I get asked about this stuff, and I don't know anything. Yes, some of it would be in camera, but I really don't have a clue what benefit packages there are or any of that stuff, which...
Okay, and council has always had the right to request it.
Yeah, which is why we're doing it.
Okay.
So sorry, just to follow up is what you're saying. So are you saying individually through the CAO?
No, I said council.
Oh, okay.
Councillor
So,
Savage.
just to clarify, what are we doing with this? This is a review of the policy. Are we motions to amend or delete or add to or
Information.
The request for information
for information?
to be provided at the next...
Originally, I had wanted to decouple the automatic wage increase, but I didn't know what policy it was and the details behind it. So now I have that, and more homework is required per item 2. So I want to review the contracts further.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, which finally gets us to the financial plan. There are a couple of things, a couple of recommendations in the actual, a couple of recommendations in the staff report that possibly we can deal with first prior to that. Staff report with regards to special request item ESS honorarium. And I'll excuse myself in relation to that due to my membership on the ESS committee.
Can we take a
You want to take a break? Okay, take a quick break.
Oh, excuse myself.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. No, just strategic plan.
Yeah.
It's very This is not an active one at all.
We'll pay for the 14.
House knows, right? Well, I hope it stopped. They haven't seen you run it down? No.
Have you had it cauterized?
No, I haven't. I'm not sure what happened. I just sort of, I came up the stairs, I sat down and started feeling odd, so I kind of rushed out into the stairs. No, I have had them in the past, but not recently.
Yeah, I don't think you breathe on the end of the
Yeah, absolutely.
We should have walking meetings.
Yeah.
Walking meetings. It's an exercise.
Yeah. You said
Somebody in the washroom?
Yeah.
April 15th. Yeah, maybe I'll use that. Can you separate it? Well,
I just asked Colin. Once you have 2 hours, if they're going to look at it, 5-minute break. Use the washroom, people get water.
What do you think of
Something that you've done, so
Like when the police go into a big thing. Yeah. Anyway. Say Pennywise and Uncle.
It's nobody's because you could go and then waste $1,000. It's out the door. But it was right.
I guess you're acting here, are you?
I thought you changed the theater over there, so we used to swing those.
We were just talking about that.
I was here for most of that. Hey, May's coming up.
Oh, we're going to Canyon.
Where's the
We're going to Bryce Canyon and.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah, my page is much better. We're taking that first name.
I'm just waiting for Liz.
So there's no creative.
Yeah, I'm happy to say
Well, no, it's no forecast for snow.
That's a staff. So that is a special funding.
I'm just waiting for this one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Everything's rolling, isn't it?
I know.
Wow, it's only March.
Yeah.
I know, that's right. It's
My asparagus is this high.
Your what?
Asparagus.
Yeah.
Super early this year.
I was up by the foothills, and the blackberries have about 8 inches of new growth on them. Like, it's just phenomenal.
that.
This is March.
I know. Perfect
Okay.
time to herbicide.
If I could call the meeting to order. So the next item on the agenda is considering the ESS honorarium. That's agenda item 4C, first bullet, that's page 43. My recollection is that this item was tabled or adjourned. Tabled?
Waiting for Ms. Drew's presentation. There's no motion before.
So there's no motion that's already been, firstly been seconded? No? Okay.
I'll put a motion on the table. I move that we approve the honorarium for the ESS team leader.
I'll second.
Councillor Scott?
I struggle with these continually additional costs, but I recognize if we have people that are committing the type of time, this is between 5 and 15 hours per week, and the team leader is responsible for 25 volunteers. We start getting into the realm of it's a pretty big time commitment, and statutorily you're requiring more and more of these things through emergency preparedness plans. So I struggle a little bit, like I say, with these continued costs, but I also recognize the value of having somebody do this, and if there isn't a time when people are in need, that this type of work can be invaluable. So therefore I'll support the motion.
Councillor Neeker?
Thank you. Yeah. I guess I echo some of what Councillor Scott was saying. The incremental costs, can creep up on you and become overwhelming. This particular one, $1,600, probably for a person who's doing value-wise way more time than that particular amount. For what it's worth, during my day job during the summer, I have opportunity to see communities that are dealing with evacuations and people out of their homes and having to be fed and cared for. And, a little bit of preparedness can go a long, long way to alleviate a lot of, individual and community suffering. So I know it's $1,600, but it's like, it could be very cheap insurance for the community in the long run. So I'm inclined to vote in favor of it.
Anyone else? No? All those in favor? No one opposed?
No, really. We bring it back? Not
Yeah.
really. Yep.
Oh, yes, yes.
Ryan. You would go faster. You want to see what's saying?
Well, I did, and I go. Yes. No comment.
Spicy.
Steve does all the talking. Yes.
Okay, which gets us to the financial plan side of things, constituted 45 to 49 of the agenda itself. Councillor Scott.
I'd like to speak to a couple things with this, and with the intention of hopefully moving this along so that we're not here for another 4 hours. So I'd like to throw a number of things out on the table just to hopefully move the process along. First off, one of the things I would like to see is the tax increase be decreased to a 2% tax increase from a 3% tax increase. Not including the new building stuff, I believe that's completely separate. Which would equate to approximately a $22,000 surplus. And what I would propose is leaving a $22,000 surplus, as we do have some items like the QP settlement, et cetera, to deal with. So we would have a surplus to deal with some of those items that are still on the table. We have some other items as well that we are dealing with in camera. So I would propose doing that. The other thing that I would like to see, and I have a couple questions here for staff, is the cost and hall and church. We have $16,000 in the 2014 surplus, but I believe there was still $9,000 from 2013 for the carry forward. And I really want to get rid of these carry forwards because I find that it clouds the picture, it's confusing and everything like that. And I would propose we roll that into the cost and hall reserves. And then also with the wellfield management plan, is that also carry forward? Is the wellfield management plan carry forward as well?
Yes, and that's already been.
We've approved that.
Yes.
What I'm trying to do too is get away, if we can do carry forward, but can we throw stuff back into reserves and then pull them back out again so that we don't end up with these multiple accounts that we're trying to deal with? It just it gets very, very confusing, I find. So that's sort of what I was trying to strategize a little bit. What about the village commercial core? That one is not approved. It's just sitting in carry forward.
That's correct. It's not incorporated at all.
A question through to staff then, how do we sort of deal with that? Because we've sort of put that one on hold till we get the report. Do we just leave it as a carry forward for the time being?
Well, what I would suggest procedurally is because it's in neither the revenue or the expense right now, is it could be dealt with through a financial plan amendment later in the year once council has received a report and decided on next steps, if it will be funded completely from carry forwards. If you anticipate, which is hard to do at this point, anticipated taxing for some additional portion, and that of course needs to be factored in at this point, but if it were to be funded completely by carry forward, then that could just be brought in as carry forward revenue and expense of the same amount in your financial plan amendment.
Okay. So then what I would like to propose, getting through that stuff, is now we're dealing with surplus. And what I would like to see allocated is $5,000 for snow removal, The water supply facilitator, $2,500. Secondary suites, $2,000. The audio video streaming, although we haven't approved it yet, it's still come back to council, allocating $20,000. The village core review, the core review, the $1,000 that was proposed by staff.
Can we go through them each one at a time?
I will, but I'm just listing them first.
Oh.
And then the respectful workplace training, $2,500, and I believe we've already approved the fire chief service review tonight. And then the balance of it that we allocate to reserves as council sees fit. And then the last item was the First Nations being the $11,000. I'm just laying out a plan that we can maybe work through so that we don't go sort of round and round and round because we've spent a lot of time on it.
Okay. Now, there's a number of things there, individual items.
We deal with each one.
Yeah, okay.
But I was just listing out a plan that was maybe that we could follow through so that we can get through this stuff without being here the whole night.
Okay. In my mind, dealing with, for example, the expenditures, if there's people have additions, deletions, etc., expenditures, go through them one by one by one.
Yep.
Okay.
I was just trying to lay out a plan to actually whiteboard would have been good.
Yeah. Councillor Savage, I believe.
So, no, I can add something later, I think, as we're going through. We're on page 41, correct?
Could be.
39, 40, 41.
Oh, you mean in terms of the surplus?
Well, you just mentioned that we go through each item line by line. Was that what you were referring to, page 41?
Well, no. The 41 items have already been dealt with. Okay, so in terms of it, it was just a recap of kind of where we were draft 3 down to where we were in this draft based on motions previously in our committee of the whole.
Okay, so when you refer to line by line, what
New items.
These were new items
New
that
items.
I just listed, those ones I just listed out.
Okay.
Like a bunch of them were in the staff report earlier tonight at the beginning of the agenda regarding the strategic initiatives.
Okay.
And those items haven't been budgeted.
Okay, how about if we do it this way? Within the bullets, for example, in the agenda, there's the financial plan detailed draft number 4, which we have before us. If we consider specific items within that draft financial plan, and then what we'll do is then move on to the strategic priorities funding, of which a number of the items you listed were the strategic priorities funding items.
What page are you on?
I was just reading page 2. So, in terms of, we've got the financial plan in front of us based on the recommendations from Committee of the Whole that is now draft 4. Are there any specific changes that people would like on that financial plan?
What page are you looking at?
I am looking at the financial plan starting on page 50. So,
I move that we decrease the tax increase to 2%. Because I believe it's still at 3%. Is that correct, Steph?
Oh.
2.74.
No, it's 2% for existing.
Oh, sorry, was that 3%? Is that what you
Yes.
said? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said that would leave us at 3%. No. Okay.
Is it tax requisition or tax?
It's property tax increases to existing residences,
Okay.
ignoring the new stuff because I think that just clouds the picture. Because I
Okay.
think people are just looking at how it impacts them.
I agree.
Okay. Okay, we have a second for that. Seconded by Councillor Savage. Discussion. Councillor Colson.
So in this motion, are we agreeing to cap that at 2%, or if there's opportunities to do better, can it be lower?
The motion was specific.
The motion is specific as the plan is presented to reduce it to 2%, which would then leave us with a $22,000 surplus. But there is a number of items, as I indicated earlier, like the wage increases and that we are dealing with that are coming up, that I would see coming out of that. So we're not allocating everything. We're leaving some money in our financial planning reserve to deal with a few of those outstanding items. We also have some in-camera costs that we were dealing with. And again, we haven't allocated any dollars to that as well, so that was a secret of the surplus. So essentially, I see most of that $22,000 being enough.
Yeah, so we use a similar process to the last meeting where we had expenditures, and once we get above our target, we need to reduce something.
Yeah, right now we're showing a $37,000 surplus. The motion on the table would reduce that to approximately a $22,000 surplus, of which I'm saying I think the better portion of that's probably going to be taken up with those miscellaneous items that we.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
So I'm looking at balance, basically.
Councillor Hinton?
I think the point Councillor Coulson, I think, is trying to get is there's some opportunities that we can identify in the budget to actually do better than that. There's a lot of expenditures in there that we don't spend, or budget items that we actually don't spend the money. So if we take those items out, we could do even better instead of just, because right now, for just a loose word, it's kind of extra or padding in there. We could take that out, and that would stop these massive surpluses coming forward all the time, which would help, clean up all this stuff, like you said. So I'd hate to commit to the 2% when I think we can actually do better if we start looking at some of these expenditures that never have any money attached to them.
Councillor Savage.
Yeah, 2% to me is quite reasonable. If you look at, somebody mentioned that probably the average property taxes, $2,000 a year people pay. Of that, there's only 36% of it actually stays in this community. So $2,000, 36%, you're talking the taxes that actually stay in this community is 700 and something bucks. 2% is $14, I think, in my math is correct. Pretty small amounts of money. And I think, by doing anything less, we're deferring costs that we've no control over, like gas and the services and the goods we buy. We've no control over those. Hydro is going up 12% alone, I think less than 12% to me is deferring the fateful day till the next budget. So.
Councillor Negre.
Thank you. Yeah, certainly a 2% tax increase is better than a 4% or nearly 4% tax increase. Yet on the other hand, if there is indeed padded accounts and funds, we really do need to identify them. Sitting in a meeting like this is not the place to identify them, though. They need to be, gone over with some care. Basically not sitting in committee. So I think if we are going to take that approach, I'm not saying it's a bad approach. We should strike a subcommittee, or have some body or some information providing conduit that actually sits down and says here and here and here is where over the past years we have not spent out what was been budgeted in the last few years, and that's the information that should be coming to this committee. We shouldn't be generating it while we're sitting here.
Okay. For Councillor Milgram.
First of all, I want to start with this. That's a tweet on your webpage that somebody provided to me. It says, Landsfield Council votes for a tax increase of 3% rather than support my 0.05% motion. So, just for clarity, I didn't vote for a 3% tax increase. I've never voted for a 3% tax increase. So I hope that was just a misstatement, because if it was anything else, then it's not really helpful to the discussion that we're all looking at, which is trying to keep the district's spending as prudent as possible and to direct ourselves to the best way to provide services to the resident. With respect to Councillor Scott's motion, we're on our fourth draft of the financial plan. I think we're probably getting relatively close to the end. I feel like this is kind of the point where you can start to see the surplus that has been built in start to kind of coalesce with the tax increase that has been built in to date, and I think we're probably starting to land around the 2% mark. My my biggest, one of my biggest goals in all of this is to not fund current operations through surplus, which I think is consistent with the proposals that you made earlier. So I think I'm probably on side with all of those with some modifications. But I think that right now we're going in a direction where I feel pretty comfortable.
With regards to Councillor Negre's comments, it is an exercise we need to do. I have gone through the budgets and I can give specific account numbers with regards to accounts that don't have any dollars attached to them. With regards to 22,000 as our surplus, that may deal with QP, but it doesn't deal with the fire chief, which will be an operating cost, not a one-time capital item. So we've got to build some extra space in there for that $30,000 to, I don't know, $50,000 amount. So, I think we can't put it off. It's in there, which explains why there's always these big surpluses year after year. Staff did say there was the opportunity for another COW meeting. If I provided the list of account numbers that I've got, we could bring them forward to another COW and we could look at, here's some real opportunities to get some savings and fund these other items to keep our tax costs down.
Okay. Additional discussion. First question to staff, with regards to the proposed motion itself, recognizing that the budget is broken down into separate funds, which fund would a reduction of the tax increase down to 2% affect?
The general fund.
Okay. And with regards to the general fund itself, I'm looking at page 58 of the agenda. The 2015 financial plan shows, as presented, shows a surplus of $18,000.
Right.
And so an adjustment from 3% down to 2% would effectively take that to zero. Okay. And then with what I kind of call the ripple effect, it would turn 2016 into a deficit. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, with what's there.
Okay. So my point on that with regards to it is, without looking at the expenditure side of things, to commit to that at this point would put it into a deficit. And people are going to say, well, previously you suggested the 1% overall. When it comes to that standpoint there, at the original time, council had, the committee had voted for it. For the idea. So from that standpoint, what I was expecting back at that time was the next draft of the financial plan to show the effect of that, which was going to be at that time to indicate a deficit within the financial plan and the general fund, which would then have led us to the discussion of needing to reduce costs in order to meet the goals of council, including the funding of the fire chief and the QP wage increase. So in terms of it, to say the decrease of taxes to 2%, like I said, does have a financial effect moving forward. When it comes to the standpoint of identification of items where savings could occur within this budget year, just real low-hanging fruit. Grants and aid has been approved to the amount of $750. I believe within this draft financial plan it still shows grants and aid at $2,500. So the adjustment to that reduces the expenditures right away. In terms of other items in there, there are line items that resulted from identification through the detail of items that had not been spent in the past. Other items, as an example, Costin Hall, the Costin Hall and the church, in terms of it, has $20,000 listed as repairs and maintenance on a building that A, we're not sure we're even going to keep, and B, which had, when it comes to an amount of $20,000, typically that's viewed as a capital item in which there is money set aside for capital for those structures themselves. So in terms of the budget itself, reviewing the expenditures in that is important in terms of establishing where we actually stand. The surpluses over the years have occurred because of budgetary amounts that have not been spent. That's real tax money out of the pockets of the residents of Lanceville while yes, it ends up, for example, going into reserves or other projects, but when it comes to the aspect of budgeting, it should be as accurate as possible. And it shouldn't be just a case of, okay, well, we know we can get a surplus because there's money that we won't spend, so we'll be okay. Comments have been previously made about the aspect of we can't budget a deficit, which no, we cannot. However, sometimes when there's line items within a budget, you may have $3,000 and something comes up during the year and you end up spending $6,000. That does not violate provincial legislation itself. Even if theoretically we ended up with a deficit at the end of the year itself, through whatever reasons, that would not be a violation of provincial legislation. So I believe it's important for us to be accurate, spend some time on the expenses, narrowing it down, and there are some specific items that we can go through relatively quickly, identifying in terms of the trend of what's happened over the last 3 years with that expenditure item, with the idea of cutting those line items. So, in a roundabout way, I'm going to vote against the motion. And for the reasons expressed. Any further discussion? Okay.
Just repeat the motion, please.
That the committee of the whole recommends that council instruct staff to decrease the property tax increase to 2% from 3%.
Okay, Councillor Lemon?
Just a last comment. I don't see Councillor Scott's motion as being, I don't see the two as mutually exclusive. I don't know why we can't continue to look at the expenditure side. I expect that everyone here is committed to looking at the expenditure side, but to date we're acting on the information that we have, and again, we're at draft 4 and we're running into a time deadline that we need to start making some decisions.
Councillor?
So could we schedule one more town meeting? Staff did propose it in the report. Lots of jurisdictions have many meetings. This is the first time for a number of people here to ever look at this budget. It's going to take a little bit longer. It's an educational thing, understanding how it all comes together. I think, again, it's one of those things like, can't we take another meeting to do it right? The residents are worth it. Let's do it.
I do take some offense to the words doing it right.
Wow.
In terms of, it's just a difference of opinion with regards to where money should be spent and what the tax rate should be. It's not a question of one right or one wrong. Okay. With regards to whether or not they're mutually exclusive, my consideration of the fact is that to lock it in that respect there, in a formal way in that regard, at this stage, would be the cutting of the expenses would create an additional surplus. It would not save tax money in the pockets of, for this year, in the pockets of Lanceville residents. So that's why I would oppose it. Councillor Scott.
I guess we talk about the amounts of money unused and all these types of things. I go to things like, with our parks fund, we've had like $500,000 sitting there for years and years and years and years that hasn't been used. It's been money that was taxed. So we have all kinds of precedents that there is monies there. It's not lost money for the residents, and we have, in my mind, over the years, doesn't matter what council has been here. Basically, I think that the money has been reasonably prudently spent. We don't have any debt. We have reasonable reserves. Can we always do better? Certainly we can, but we've got to get a move on this. And we're taking this thing to the nth degree. And yes, the residents deserve us to give it our full attention and everything like that. But we keep on getting into, like, tonight, so much detail and so many things that we're spending a ridiculous amount of time on stuff. Basically, our role is to provide governance is to provide strategic direction, it's to approve budgets, it's to approve bylaws, and develop policy. And I think with some of this stuff, we're getting into just way too much detail that's just bogging everything down to the nth degree, and we're getting these meetings that go on forever. And I question, what the benefit is overall to some of the things we're dealing with. Because we're getting down to some of the, as I say, some of the items become very, very small items that are, $1,000 or whatever in a $4 million budget, and it's like we're spending, as I say, an excessive amount of time dealing with it. I think our time needs to be better spent, and we need to move on with some of this stuff.
Okay.
Sorry for the minute.
It's okay. Councilor Golson.
I agree with your list of items. How's that all funded though? Taxpayer money. So to me, in my opinion, this task ahead of us is one of the most important tasks we do. And yes, sometimes, and I forget the name, there's a theory that speaks to your comment about $1,000 on $4 million. There's some theory that says, you'll speak longest about the least expenditure.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah. That's natural, but to shortchange this process is a huge mistake. Huge mistake.
I'm not shortchanging.
No, but I've got 10 items. We got provided the general ledger details. I don't know if that's a first, but we have the general ledger detail in front of us. I went through that, and we have history from a prior report. There's some opportunities there for savings, and I can't pick a tax increase number and adjust surplus and call that good enough. There's some savings to be realized here, and they have to be explored.
Okay, so on the floor is a motion to limit, or not limit, to set the tax increase at 2%. I'm going to make a motion to amend the motion, and it's just in the wording at a maximum of 2%.
Is that with that 0.5% thing in there or not, or?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So I don't know what all that.
Yeah.
Can we leave that out? Because I think that would be
Okay. Which?
when you start talking about the new construction and the potential of the income from that.
Yeah.
It just adds a layer in that I don't think anybody understands.
It's directly affecting property taxes.
The tax requisition.
Every decision here affects property taxes.
About the 2%, or whatever the number is.
Okay. So, I mean, the motion itself was 2%.
For existing taxpayers.
Okay. A maximum of 2%. My motion to amend is say a maximum of 2% for existing residents.
I'll second it. I don't care.
Okay.
I just want to get this thing moving.
Discussion, what it does is it doesn't tie it to the back. If we can do better.
It lowers it down from 3%,
Yeah.
which I don't think anybody's comfortable with.
Okay.
So my only problem with that is the existing. So anybody moving in the next
No.
year?
What it is that line item applies to existing taxpayers, existing as opposed to the growth side of things. It was my word. Just add the words a maximum of 2% to Dave's motion.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Okay. Okay. Any
Question?
discussion on the amendment? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Motion carried. Now we're back to the original motion as amended. Okay.
Question?
Question's been called. All those in favor of the motion as amended? Oh.
That's with your language?
Yeah.
What's the
As amended. As
It
amended.
actually
Maximum
was
2%.
a maximum of.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay. That deals with one, huh?
Can I, okay, to keep things moving again, I don't know, do we want to go through and deal with the surplus stuff and allocate that out? We have those bunch of items, we've got $225,000 of surplus sitting there that we have to do something with.
Okay, but
do we want to go through and a bunch of the items that I identified, perhaps others have thought of that are one-time items? I think that seems to be the general consensus of council that the surplus should be used for one-time items. Deal with those and then reallocate the balance of the surplus to reserves. I'm just trying to come up with a plan.
Yeah, well, my plan was to go through this and identify this and then go on to the other things, but I was thinking in terms of the strategic priorities funding and that sort of an aspect. So, Councillor Milbank?
I'm content with moving along as Councillor Scott suggested. The only additions or changes that I have to the list that he's proposed is my preference with respect to reserves is to put it for the reservoir replacement. I think that we've already identified that there is some need there, unless we've allocated funds to it and I've forgotten, but I don't think so. And then the other item was following on our village core discussions, there's items for implementation, and I realized that asking council at this stage to specifically identify funds out of that surplus, which we don't know if it's going to happen again, but asking council to fund that now is not going to be appropriate. But I would like, in some sense, to leave some money available for implementation so that we don't get to 2016 and find that we have absolutely no ability to do what the committee, council, and the community have tasked us to do with respect to the village core plan. I'm not quite sure how to go about that, but...
Actually, just a quick question to staff. The general surplus, approximately what's that number right now? Not for the year in total.
Like the accumulated surplus?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have that off the top.
Ballpark. Yeah, I'm not going to hold you to it. Like.
I just don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, but are we talking $100,000, $1 million?
Well, as you know, it's all affected by amortization and all kinds of TCA entries now, and so it's hard to really narrow that down as to what that is represented by cash surpluses over years. So that's a whole other level of analysis that isn't really show on our financial statements anymore.
Okay. So based on that, if I make the suggestion with regards to what Councillor Scott is proposing, leave something. Rather than taking any remaining surplus and transferring it, say, to the water reservoir or whatever, leave something.
So what are we leaving it for?
For possible financial plan amendment.
And just to be clear, I'm not entirely sure that I was clear on this. There's the carry forward amount, so that I think we've already determined we're going to kind of park. And then in addition, there's surplus money. I'm not quite sure what the number is, but I think that we should identify something that we could potentially use for implementation. If implementation doesn't happen, it can go somewhere else.
Yeah.
I think with a lot of these things, I don't have any problem with putting some money for the village core, allocating it from the surplus, because it will come back to council to approve anything anyways. Mm-hmm. So with a lot of things, I don't have necessarily, I may not fully agree with them, but to put some money aside in those areas, providing council has the ability to yay or nay it in the future, I don't have a problem with assigning some funds for it, so that essentially everybody, if there's, or different groups of people see that there's some potential thing that they would like to take forward, that there is some dollars available for it, and then council can deal with it at that time.
Yeah, and what my suggestion related to is the $200,000 and some odd in surplus.
Yeah, $225,000.
In terms of that, if you took, say, just as an example, $175,000 was allocated to a reservoir reserve, which leaves $50,000, which technically would flow into surplus, and then when we do the financial plan amendment related to the village core, that could then come out of there and be reported at that time.
Yeah, I understand that, but one of the things I'm trying to get away from, or I'd like to see us move away from, is leaving money in these various accounts. If we're not using the money, instead of having it in the surplus account or whatever, we need to move it over into things like reserves, so that...
No, and I don't dispute that,
yeah.
But recognizing the previous discussion with regards to the village core and the range that could exist with regards to the dollar figure, amount.
Is there a reserve we can put it into?
Well, there isn't a specific reserve, but if it goes into surplus itself, that is in effect a reserve. It can be amended at any time. And so the requirements of the village core plan could then come out of there and be updated at that time.
Okay, that's fine.
Councillor
Yeah,
Savage?
I like the idea of retaining a pot with no particular label on it. A couple of things that I'm not a financial guru, but a couple of things that come to mind. So just on page 42 there, the village core commercial for improvement, that 29,000, couldn't we just create a line item and transfer that surplus into that line item?
What would you call the line item?
Village core improvement plan.
Well, except,
If I can just finish
sorry.
First of all, it parks that money. It parks that money should we choose to use it. And the other thing, it's an opportunity if we do get development activity and we can get some contribution to top up those kinds of things. It's a good pocket to dump some money in. That's one item. My other item that's not on the financial plan, and it's something I thought about a couple of days ago. So the public works facility that we have right now, we rent.
Yes.
I don't know when that lease is up. I think it's another year. Not sure.
This year.
This year. I think it would be a good thing for us to consider a public works facility line item. And the reason for that is certainly on the foothills, there's been identified that there's some land there that we could get for workshop or whatever. The Darwin Marlin project on Clark Drive, there's I saw once a sketch there with a concept for a possible public workshop. So we may get some land, but I think we need to start thinking about allocating some funds to do improvements, to build a facility, to level and clear a site, to build a building. So, in terms of the reserve, I think it would be a good idea to create another line item, public works facility reserve.
Okay. Councillor Scott.
I don't disagree with Councillor Savage, but what I would suggest in that regard is that I think we have enough money for the time being anyways, put in the Costin Hall and the church, and we've been putting some significant funds into there that we could in the future reallocate those funds towards doing that, and we don't know what we're going to even do with Costin and the church, what's going to entail till we've had that discussion. So I think that would happen in the future potentially. That would be my recommendation on that. And I had a question for staff. I think it was now.
I think it was in the public. I think at some time in the future, it may not be this year, next year, or 10 years, but I think we're probably going to have to think about a public works facility in terms of site prep, fencing, building, the whole bit.
Okay, so technically there's no motions on the floor.
I would like to, I'm just going to start going through items then. These are surplus items. I would like to move that we put $5,000 from 2014 surplus into snow removal budget.
So where are you? What page?
Not anywhere specific.
No, he's
general.
This is, we have $225,000 surplus according to the financial plan.
Page 42.
And I'm just allocating some specific items that we've identified through our various COW meetings, through the staff report that we received tonight, various items like that. I thought, for one-time items, let's deal with those. It gives clear direction to staff. We'll clear those things all off the agenda, and it reduces the surplus down.
okay. There previously was a motion from the committee of the whole of March.
Right, but it failed at council.
Did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it was out of regular taxation, not out of surplus.
Okay.
Could I just clarify on that motion? Are you suggesting a contribution to the reserve?
To the snow removal reserve.
Yeah.
Okay, let's deal with that. $5,000 of 2014 surplus for snow removal. Seconder? Second by Councillor Savage. Discussion?
And what does that bring it to? The reserve?
26,000, it's about 21,000 now.
I thought we had more.
We used it.
It was 21,000 or something was used.
Last year.
Or maybe it's 21,000 left. Yeah. Yeah, it was 43 originally, and I think it went down to 21, if I'm right.
That's why staff wanted to top it up.
Yeah. Okay. Further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
I move that we what are we doing? 25. I move $2,500 towards the water supply facilitator.
Okay. There's a seconder for that? It's in our strategic plan. Okay. Seconded by Councillor Coulson. Discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
I move $2,000 towards secondary suites as per staff recommendation.
That's out of surplus.
Yep, surplus everything.
Seconder?
Yeah.
Seconded by Councillor Negrave. Discussion? None, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
This one could be a little more controversial. I move $20,000 towards audio video streaming. Again, it's just parking some money
I second
for that
that.
purpose.
Seconded by Councillor Hain. Discussion? Councillor Milbank and Councillor Coulson.
Just a quick question. If this is coming out of surplus, what's the logic behind the 20 grand? Is that
It was
to-
staff had recommended or had acknowledged that there was $20,000 to. They had gotten a quote for setting up this meeting for.
Can you remind me, is that every year or is that just
No, that was a
Okay.
one-time cost. We don't necessarily have to spend that
Okay.
much. It was just, and we'll have a chance to approve it later.
Yeah.
It was just parking some money. That was it.
Okay. Further, Councillor Coulson.
Yeah, I hope we've parked too much money. Can I ask who the quote was from and the scope of it?
Yeah, Applied Electronics Limited, and just for clarification, this was only done to give staff somewhat of a ballpark to work from. If you note on the Schedule A of the Strategic Planning Report, it shows, a line item of 0 to 35,000. So it's all dependent on what council would like to ultimately see. So the quote includes cordless microphones, and which we really like about this part, the ability to transfer the equipment to the Legion or Coston Hall should we decide to council carry out town hall meetings at those locations. We can just pick up and take our needs over there. We would be looking to solicit additional quotes before moving forward. So again, this is just a ballpark. But it includes cordless mics, the ability to, as I say, take the equipment outside of this room. It talks about battery charger, the mount kit, things of that nature.
Okay. Further discussion. Councillor Coulson.
I'll offer two analogy or comparisons. I believe Nanaimo put a whole new sound system in the ice rink for $30,000, and that included bringing in man lifts to run cables in the ceiling, very high wattage, $20,000. That is very expensive. There's working bands that don't spend that much on sound gear. So I love the idea, but I hope we can sharpen our pencil on that front. And then the last point is the program and licensing fees would cost $10,000 annually. What did that consist of?
Yeah, that was just some work that the Director of Corporate Admin had spent time researching. As noted in my report, we did indicate that we could look at YouTube, which would have no cost implications, but we were just trying to encompass the
Worst case.
home things, the worst case scenario.
Councillor Scott.
Sorry, Ken.
I don't know.
Sorry, is that
Yeah,
a follow-up?
yeah, it's
okay.
So, worst case, yes. Provide another case, perhaps. Fuse Premium, $40 a month, provides 12 recording streams, 250 connections, recording capacity, webcasting, $40 a month.
Councillor Scott.
I was going to say, I emailed out to council and I talked to staff, a Parksville system that they have, and I don't know if people had an opportunity to go look at it. But you know, the thing was the sound is crystal clear and you can hear everything. And the thing I liked about it, that particular system, is it broke the whole agenda down into individual sections, and people could go directly to a section they were interested in and listen to that. I don't know whether it's affordable for us to do something like that, but we might be able to build on what Parksville already has and use something along those lines.
Okay. Any further?
Yeah, it's just there's an app that does that. It's free, and it's like bookmarks in Adobe, but it's for video streaming, so it's cheap. It'd just be as we're doing minutes, you'd have to record timestamps and go back after the fact and add those. So there's a bit of time.
Enter them in there.
Yeah.
Enter them.
Hate to say it, but this is why I think we should have had a committee to help us out here.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed, motion carried.
I move that we allocate $1,000 out of 2014 surplus towards a core review facility.
Second.
Second by Councillor Hain. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
I move we...
Hold it, hang on.
Sorry.
All those in favor?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can you explain that a little bit?
It was identified in the staff report. Facilitator for a core review to define...
Oh, I thought you said code review facility.
No, facilitator. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't speaking clear enough or loud enough, I guess.
Thanks.
Further discussion, Councillor Hain?
Yeah, this is just a preliminary, just to get a sense of what
Turn
we
the
do.
reference.
Yeah.
And just what council's looking for. Staff looking for direction.
It's just the first step.
All those in favor of the motion? Opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
I move $2,500 from surplus to respectful workplace training.
Any seconder for that? I'll second it. Discussion? Councillor Scott?
No.
Oh, me?
Oh, sorry. So
That's mandatory training.
Yeah.
Agreed. Okay. Thank you.
any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, motion carried.
And I think just to deal with it, then we go back and deal with the balance of the surplus stuff, just what people want to do. But I think staff have made a recommendations regarding First Nations in the report. It was $11,000 that was from way back and deferred. And that's why I say these accounts are all over the place and I really struggle with. Had suggested that we use that money, and our new planner has a lot of experience dealing with First Nations, and we've also dealt with it in our strategic plan tonight, and dealing with First Nations that was part of our strategic plan. So I think we should leverage that and move forward with it, and also to use those funds up.
Okay, so what's your motion?
Is to go with staff recommendation of First Nations engagement and allocate that $11,000.
Okay, who's seconded for that? Seconded by Councillor Milbank. Discussion? Councillor Coulson and Councillor Newgreen.
So I'm just trying to find the page where that was detailed.
Page 8.
Page 8, number 2.
Yeah, thank you. Curious how we got to that. I realized it rolled out of the strategic plan session on an item that we speculate, we know only had one vote, and it speaks more to building relationships and stuff, and we've kind of catapulted off that to hosting a $10,000 catered event with a facilitator and allocating 250 hours of planner time toward it.
So for clarification, it's not 10,000 for one event. It's capturing that 10,000 would deal with catering at a variety of stages that the planner has identified, external facilitators, consultants, legal fees throughout the whole process.
Mm-hmm.
That's the 10,000. It's not a one-time event.
Yes, no, I get that, but it seems quite a leap when we go from more generic goals of building relationships and better communication to something of this.
Our planner has extensive experience with working with First Nations, and she had made out a plan and spent some time indicating what those resources would look like as well as the time. So that's the basis of the cost implications around that.
Right. And what's the projected benefit to residents with allocating a fairly substantial amount of time to that and cost?
So it's to work with province and First Nations to confirm which First Nations have traditional territory interests on land within the District of Lanceville boundaries. This would also include the development of land that has the potential to impact the marine environment and Salish Sea, Georgia Strait. It involves building on internal staff knowledge and networks with First Nations and province. It's anticipated 10 to 40 hours of staff time depending on complexity. Arrange a shared meal with elected officials and senior staff. This would be starting point for building on existing relationships and establishing connections for new council members and staff in both governments. Strategic priorities planning session. Work with First Nations to organize a joint planning session to discuss shared priorities for next steps related to partnerships or agreements. This might include some of the ideas below. Work with First Nations to develop protocol agreements, 20 to 40 hours of staff time or external consultant, up to 5,000 based on consultant used. Acknowledgement of First Nations traditional territory, and it goes on to describe a number of items in that regard. Work with the province and First Nations to develop a land development referrals process. Explore and provide opportunities for cross-cultural training for elected officials and staff. Council and staff education on impacts of court decisions on District of Lanceville. This could include staff research information and prepare a report for council based on publicly available legal opinions, or bring in legal counsel to prepare information. Continue to use emergency preparedness as a vehicle for partnerships. So those are just a few things that she had outlined as, based on her past experience and relationship with First Nations, lays out the framework that would work on strengthening the relationship with First Nations.
Councilor Murray.
I'm strongly in support of this. This is the kind of situation where it's something that you can talk about for a long time, but at the end of the day, if something is a priority, then you have to fund it. Lanceville is, in my opinion, way behind other municipalities. I would put it at least a decade in how and the status of their relationship and how it's unfolded. Protocol agreements between municipalities and First Nations are extremely common. I was really surprised when I started in 2011 that we didn't have anything. With respect to the benefit to the residents, first of all, I just think it's the right thing to do. So leaving aside quantifying it, it's just the right thing to do, especially in this day and age. In addition to that, there's a lot of opportunities for joint service delivery that I think have come up and passed us by because there's just no meaningful conduit for discussion. There's a massive, $1 million water tank. A few hundred meters from my house, there are fire hydrants. A few hundred meters from my house, and this, as far as the governmental relationships go, those kind of opportunities just don't exist. I don't think that there's no blame involved in this. It's just a matter of the status of the relationship and the development of the interactions between the two parties. But there's a lot of potential here, and I think that the time has come to move ahead with this.
Councillor Scott and Councillor Newberry.
I just think that there's money that was provided by the province for this very purpose to us, so it's sitting on the books. I think this is a very, very good use of it. I mean, Ladysmith, I don't know those of you who had a chance to go to the LGLA sessions and listen to Rob Hutchins and the chief of the band there. Ladysmith learned the hard way. They got shut down on everything they were doing, and now they have incredible relationships with the First Nation, and they're partnering and they're accomplishing a lot together. And we live in a new age now. the First Nations have a lot of say in a lot of things that we're involved in, and I think if you don't have those relationships established, you're potentially asking for a lot of problems. So I see it as a huge benefit to the community, and it's something that we need to do. As Councillor Milbank said, we're behind a lot of communities in establishing these relationships.
Councillor Negri.
Thank you. Notwithstanding the state of our relationship with the local First Nations, which is not very good, I have to point out in this list of activities here that a number of these have already been done, are in the process of being done by the province. That first point there, work with the province and First Nations to confirm which First Nations have traditional territory interests. I've got a map in my office, 4x8 map that shows precisely this. It's been done, it's been agreed on by everybody. It does not need to be redone. So $11,000 is a lot of money. I support the concept of building better relationships with First Nations, but I'm just not convinced shoveling a convenient amount of money at them for what appears to be not entirely thought out engagement plan is the right way to go right now. So.
Well said.
Thank you. Further discussion? Question to staff. I do recall grants coming in way back when.
This is the money that's reflected here.
Yeah, I just don't remember it coming up again after that. And so when I saw that 11,000 dating back to 05, 06, I was kind of surprised to see that. Are there any other deferred revenue accounts that we have other than the gas tax money in this? I'm just...
No, don't believe so.
It's noted in the financial plan. There's a note that, it would be gas tax, it's this, and then there's an outstanding admin fee related to Foothills that is also in the note that was related to staff time.
Okay. The idea of the relationship and improving the relationship itself on a broader basis as opposed to kind of the one-to-one, person-to-person sort of thing, I like that idea. I'm just comfortable with the not having a plan in front of me to allocate the 11,000. Certainly, it's something where if the plan came forward, timelines, that sort of thing, I may feel differently. But it is an amount sitting there in deferred revenues, and again, if that plan's in front of us, I would have a problem considering whether or not to do an amendment to include that. The other part is the staff time side of things, and the commitment to it raises some concerns just in terms of capacity. Councillor Haynes?
That was actually, I'm not too worried about the money because obviously if we don't put something together, we obviously aren't spending it. It just continues to sit there. It's the staff time allocated to this for something really that was very limited conversation at the strategic planning session. I just don't know how this is mushroomed into such a big thing. It would be nice to get a little bit more information before we commit to all this time.
Councillor Savage?
Thank you. I am concerned about staff time as well. 250 hours, it's 6 weeks work.
Yeah.
That's a lot of commitment. Mm-hmm. We've got 7 months left in this year. Hearing what Councillor Negri said, I'd be more comfortable with a lesser amount. So then at the end of this year we can see how things have gone and then maybe allocate some more for next year. But I just don't see 11,000 at this time.
Can we make an amendment?
You can make an amendment any time.
Yeah, I was going to actually suggest an amendment is subject to receiving a plan from staff outlining the process and costs.
Okay, so
should we table this then?
Not is that an amendment?
That's an amendment.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that amendment?
I'll second it.
Seconded.
But I'm not clear what it is.
No,
okay, now we can discuss.
That we receive a plan from staff outlining the exact process, which was read to us with the cost allocations to that and the time allocations, because I think there was quite a range of time and costs for some of the things, because it did include some legal costs and stuff like that. But I think it's something that we really need to move forward. We have a very experienced planner that has dealt a lot with First Nations. I think we need to leverage that. I think we need to get it moving. That's all I'm trying to do.
Councillor Millman.
I was going to suggest tabling the whole thing until our next council meeting to give staff an opportunity to flesh this out a little bit.
Okay, set up.
Well, we haven't, I can make a motion to table the amendment, and then we can table the whole thing.
Yeah. Councillor Savage?
Yeah, I don't have anything more to add. I don't think. I'm more comfortable with that. I just don't, you know, just to piggyback on what Councillor Scott said, I think we need timelines as well to see what's achievable, you know, in the first year. So I'm more comfortable with tabling it till we've had a chance to. It's an important issue.
So I'll make a motion to table the amendment.
Second.
Second by Committee Member Hain. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
I'll make a motion to table the main motion.
Second.
Councillor Hain, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to provide us with more detailed report of the plan for First Nations engagement, ideally by the next council meeting, if that's possible. When would be a good date?
Maybe the last one in April.
Okay. To the last meeting in April.
I'll second.
Okay, second by Councillor Scott. All those, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Further, Councillor Scott?
No, then it's just the remaining surplus, and I had suggested that we could potentially allocate it. Just a question through the staff. With the surplus, is certain portions of it allocated to certain areas? Like,
Yes.
Yes.
do we
So
have?
if I could suggest, obviously this was based on preliminary numbers,
Yeah.
and we're just about through our audit process. So we would, if you were getting down to the penny, you would likely want to wait until that process was complete. If you were going to allocate just some percentage of the remainder, then, you know, leave a buffer on that. But yes, it is factored into the different funds.
Do we know what the allocation is approximately within each fund?
I haven't split it down that way. It certainly is reflected in the financial statement or the financial fund comparatives that are here. But in terms of the analysis that I provided in terms of what got allocated and has been here for, I haven't done that on a fund basis.
Okay.
Councillor Hain.
Just three things. The first one, under the page 41 where you give the detail, you've got in there that the alleged coal came in at $28,000.
Sorry, which?
On page 41.
Oh, it's on the
Yes.
carry forward.
So that was powered to the washroom building as well as outlets through the park. And that was based on a quote for both of those.
Right. So do we need an amendment, or was the last motion, did it cover all that?
Well, it was to come from reserves, so the motion was the original cost plus.
Plus
Whatever it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
And
it's
then-
already been taken into account in the amount of that surplus.
Okay, that's just a surprise. It's electrical.
So just to follow through the staff on that. So with the original idea for just the washer, it was power to that one, wasn't it?
No, there was.
There
It
was.
was actually going to be solar powered. So.
Okay.
Councillor Hain.
So if we put power in, then the solar equipment wouldn't be necessary. So there could be some balancing there anyhow.
It was about $2,500 for the solar equipment.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Hain.
And then I'd like to move that we allocate $2,000 out of the surplus to developing our relationship with the fire department and building that relationship up.
Seconded for that.
Yeah, second.
Seconded by Councillor Coulson. Discussion.
Basically, the idea is, to improve our relationship. We could go down there and buy some pizza, have a meeting, sit and talk about the issues that are affecting them. I just think it's to show some goodwill. What does it hurt, right? We really don't give them a lot of
Councillor Scott?
I was just going to say, I see stuff like that just being under discretionary. I don't think we need to really allocate specific funds to it. I think we have many discretionary funds for council that we could do something like that. I don't think it's a bad idea, but I don't think we need to allocate.
Yeah. From my standpoint, I'm to the same consideration, for example, when it comes to the First Nations side. You know, I agree it's a relatively small amount of money, but we don't kind of know what we're doing. We don't have a plan for it, and I'd rather see if it goes into something of the size where a financial plan amendment needs to be done, then I could see certainly the motion coming forward. But that kind of dollar figure, I'm sure, can be found in some other line item at some point. Well, not necessarily discretionary, but some other line item in terms of it. Whereas something like $11,000 to me is substantial.
Okay. And then my last question is, how do we move forward with identifying these items in the budget that?
Hold on. There's a motion on the floor about the 2,000 first. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Sorry. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Motion defeated. And it's not the worthiness, it's just...
Sure. We'll let him know.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay.
So back to...
Actually, hang on. Just a procedural question. With regards to staff, and I don't recall what was in the email itself about the possibility of scheduling an additional meeting.
In the report, it suggests the 20th or May 4th. So April 20th or May 4th as clear Mondays at this point that didn't have a meeting schedule.
So what I'm thinking is in terms of the hour and that sort of an aspect, whether or not it makes sense to schedule a town meeting or something of some sort. Or
the only thing that complicates that potentially is the readings that are required to the bylaw to carry us through to meet the adoption deadline of May 15th. And we can do 2 readings at a meeting, but then we do want to have notification to the public to invite them after council's given 2 readings to the bylaw to have a presentation of the plan. You can only do 3rd reading at a separate meeting, and then you have to wait a clear 24 hours prior to considering adoption. We only have 3 regular meetings scheduled from April 13th to the 27th, and then the last one in May before the 15th of May when this is required. So I'm not sure if a cow on the 20th is,
yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of the hour and that sort of aspect, whether it could, if we, for want of a better way to say it, kind of looked at that right now and went to do something at another meeting where we're at.
Do you want to do 2 readings to the bylaw so that it can be keep moving forward and then contemplate amendments so that you can...
I guess we could do that.
Yeah. So it doesn't commit, doesn't write it in stone, am I correct?
Absolutely.
We do 2 readings and then amend.
So procedurally we get those readings out of the way, then we can...
But then we'd be looking to have a public engagement session done, so...
on something that may or may not be...
Possibly, and timelines are getting tight.
Okay.
What, if I could come out, what would be helpful to staff if you want to be discussing items and have questions about them, it would be helpful to have those accounts identified, because there may be, items within that we can provide some explanation that may not be as cut and dry as what was spent or not spent in certain years. So having that in advance would be helpful.
Okay, Councillor Scott?
I was going to suggest, building on what staff just said, maybe everything that everybody has concerns about, specifically, if we could send it into staff, and then staff has something to work with, and they can answer as many of them as possible, and then send that out to council in advance, so that hopefully we can, as I say, move some of this stuff forward.
Okay. And that is something that could be contemplated then at the April 13th meeting?
If staff receive it in a timely fashion, sure.
Which is defined as...
Well, it's difficult. Director of Financial Services is off now for a few days. Back on the 7th. our cutoff is technically, for the 13th, is technically the 8th. So I'm not sure how we would pull all that together for the 13th. I would suggest that we just, unfortunate as it is, we just keep plowing forward tonight, just so that these things are identified, so that we could actually contemplate first and second reading at the April 13th meeting based on the amendments suggested by committee members tonight.
Okay. Councillor Mulder?
I was going to say the same thing as Councillor Scott. My strong preference would be if there's specific line items to be considered, if we get the information about it from staff, and then just, you know, comments about scheduling extra meetings and going overtime. It seems to be one of those situations where the work expands to fill the time allotted to it, and I really, other than in exceptional circumstances, I really don't have the appetite to go very much past 10:30, because I think that we should be able to get this work done by 10:30. I don't think that we should be adjourning items to other meetings, although that's been happening as well, and it's a collective responsibility to keep our comments as succinct as we can so that we can keep things moving along.
Councillor Clausen.
So this is the second committee of the whole meeting where I've had line items to review, and it hasn't happened if we adjourn at 10:30. And it sounds like there isn't the time to submit our questions to staff and have staff have adequate time for feedback for the next meeting.
So effectively where that leaves us is in about 3 minutes would be a motion on whether or not to extend. 2 minutes by the looks of that clock there. And so from that standpoint, let's push through till 10:30 and then see what happens.
You got the line items, at least you can give them to staff, and we can...
Well, it still doesn't deal with the timing. What, sorry, when is staff going away?
Tomorrow.
Never mind.
It seems to me that we've set a tax increase amount tonight. This is minor detail that we're talking about now. We're pretty well there. I don't know. I think we should be able to get through this pretty quickly.
Okay, Councillor Hayne.
Again, I don't view it as a minor detail. If I feel there's some padding in the budget, I think we owe it to the residents to investigate it, and if it's not being spent, then to remove it. I don't know about you, but I talk to a lot of people, and taxation and financial situation out there is pretty dire for some people. If we could save them a little bit of money, I think it would go a long way. You know?
Okay, so in terms of, like I said, now we got about 1 minute before we go to a vote. Councillor Paulson? Sorry, Councillor Scott, did you have anything additional? Because we did kind of go through your list.
No, that was all the points that I had. That's why I brought this stuff up, because I want to get it moving.
Okay. Councillor Paulson.
I move the committee of the whole recommends to council that all financial plans be accompanied with electronic copies, including detailed trial balance and 4 years of comparative data.
You're talking about future years?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Hayne.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Move the committee of the whole recommends to council that all future financial plans be accompanied with electronic copies, including detailed trial balance and 4 years of comparative data.
Seconded by Councillor Hayne, Committee Member Hayne. Discussion. Councillor Meagher.
Question through you to staff. What's the implication in terms of staff time for providing that? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a change of process, and at some point those comparatives are in place and need to be carried. Would just be.
So, do you do that anyways? If I may ask, it's just a case of would it be a case of packaging it and getting it out to us?
Yeah, we have all of that information in various spreadsheets and various formats. So yes, it would be a matter of pulling it together in one document.
So it wouldn't be a major expenditure of staff time?
Well, it all takes some, and part of it
Yes.
is just reviewing it to make sure that it's accurate and that amounts aren't carried forward that were preliminary numbers that became something different. So it's not just a matter of pulling it out of the GL, it's also a matter of, some front staff time pulling that together and my time to review it to make sure that it's appropriate and accurate and that things are comparative and in the same account as it was 4 years ago and things like that. So,
recognizing the time, could we have a motion to extend?
To extend.
Councillor Coulson, seconded by Councillor Hain. Don't know if it's debatable. I guess it is. Discussion? Councillor Scott?
I like Councillor Milbank, who I'm really struggling with these meetings going this late. I suggest we set a time limit on it. I don't suggest we set it very late. I've been here, all of us have been here for 4.5 hours, and I think that's getting to the point that people are starting to become non-functional and not very effective.
Okay,
I would suggest a maximum of 15 minutes, and we are where we are.
Okay, well, the motion is to extend.
I would suggest an amendment of 15 minutes.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Milbank. Discussion on the amendment? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Councillor
I'd just like to
Oh, sorry, hang on. I interrupted. Who was speaking when I stopped?
I think Councillor Coulson finished. I just want to speak to the motion we
Okay.
made.
Yeah.
I would suggest if we're looking at doing those type of things, we're not appropriate dealing with that right now. I think we need to. There's been a number of things that have come up in discussions through our whole financial process, and I would suggest that a better venue for dealing with that would be to allocate some council time, potentially a CAL meeting, to have a discussion as to how we want to look at our financial information coming forward for budget for next year, and do that later in the year, sometime in the fall.
Councillor Coulson?
This is a tool to help us do our job. I found it immensely valuable to have the comparative data as well as the GL detail, and I'd like to see it every iteration.
Councillor DeGray.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't, I think I can concur with the sentiment behind what Councillor Coulson is proposing, that being a summary and presentation of the data in a more coherent, easily digestible form. But I think in order, considering staff time, our time, I would like to see a more general discussion of how's the best way to summarize all this stuff, and to decide what money is where and how's the best way to spend it. That may include what Councillor Coulson is suggesting, but I would like I say, a more general discussion how to make this process more efficient.
Okay. Councillor Milbank.
Again, it may be the late hour, but I'm not entirely sure how at this stage in the game getting all of that new information is going to assist us. Certainly if there's, as was suggested, if there's specific line items that we can look at, then that would be something that I would be interested in hearing from staff on, and I would be absolutely willing to consider changes to those line items. But starting fresh with an entirely new set of accounting information for council, who are, supposed to be looking at this from a higher up perspective than, for example, our director of financial administration. Can't remember your exact title. At this stage in the game, I'm not sure that it's going to work this late in the process.
I think this is for
future. For clarification, the motion was for future years.
Not this year.
Not this year.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. It's just basically continue getting these reports. Yeah.
So this is for budgeting next year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I take it back.
Yeah.
Councillor Hain?
That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? From my standpoint, the detail is there are line items there, for example, that are made up of multiple accounts, and seeing that level of detail for me provided a lot more clarity as to what's specifically within those line items. So I'll be supporting the motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, yeah, Councillor Coulson.
I move that council removes $20,000 from facilities and operations. Account number 01510-596.
Do we have a seconder for that?
I'll second it for discussion.
Discussion.
The reason I'm making that motion is we've got $20,000 added in an operating expense account for maintenance and repairs on Costin Hall in the church, as identified by note 2 on page 53. In our capital reserves, we allocate $20,000 a year to the Heritage Church and $20,000 a year to the Municipal Hall. So effectively, we're spending $60,000 between those two buildings. Any kind of maintenance issues generally would be capital, I believe. The mayor had mentioned considering or discussing what we want to do with those buildings, and so is it money well spent this time? I say it's not, so that's why I've made the motion.
Okay, further discussion on the motion. Councillor Negre?
Yeah, just a question through you to staff. Can you tell us a little bit about what appears to be a rather high number?
Yes, so that amount for a number of years was $5,000 for essentially municipal hall repairs and maintenance, something that might come up with respect to this building. When the district took over also having responsibility for the maintenance of Costin Hall Church, the Seaside Society, in consultation with staff, developed a long-term plan of their repairs and maintenance and operating costs. Items on that plan that were less than $10,000 were included as operating. Amounts above $10,000 were considered capital, which is what's reflected in the capital plan. And that also drove the decision to start contributing to a reserve for those accounts to fund that long-term operating and repairs and maintenance plan. And so the amount that's in there reflects both maintenance of this building, Costin Hall, and the church, and is meant to be the smaller operating repairs and maintenance items that were identified in their plan.
What's the implication of removing the $20,000 you suggested?
Well, if there's any significant repair or maintenance that comes up on those buildings, it'll be unfunded, so it would be in a deficit amount in that account. Or if it was very significant, then we would have to consider a financial plan amendment to bring it out from reserves.
Thank you.
Councillor.
Couldn't it be just taken out of capital? That's a significant issue, which is what we've been saying we're going to do.
Well, if there's a sufficient amount in the reserve. But like I say, we went through a whole process of having them identify things like refinishing the floors, replacing a dishwasher, replacing a fridge, those kinds of things, windows, toilet replacement, those types of ones on a 10 to 15 year plan. I believe Councillor Scott, you were involved in that process.
Yeah, I developed the
and
original
so
plan.
we sorted those amounts and, like I say, distinguished between what we considered operating, being those smaller amounts, and what was capital. And that was reflected in that long-term capital plan.
Councillor Coulson?
The separating operating versus capital, that's an arbitrary definition, right?
That's based on our capitalization policy, which says amounts above $10,000 are capital and less than $10,000 are considered operating. So it's not arbitrary, it's per our policy.
Per our policy, but that number is per our definition.
Right, but it's generally accepted, I would say, amongst capitalization policies when TCA was introduced.
Okay.
Councillor Hain?
But given we haven't spent any of it, couldn't we drop that down to 10? Then we are talking minor items. It's at 20, and we're not spending any of it. It really makes no sense to have it sitting there.
Question to staff with regards to the 20 in the previous year was not spent, correct?
Right.
And where did that $20,000 amount end up? The unspent amount?
Yeah, it's in that carry forward surplus that we have brought forward into this year already to catch up on some of these projects,
But not that one?
not which one?
Out of the surplus, we didn't carry forward anything related to Costin Hall?
We did previously, it was in the very original carry forward report at the first draft meeting.
Okay.
And so there was a $9,000 that was carried forward from 2013 and 16 in 2014 that was identified in the very first draft as an optional carry forward, and that was where the motion was made to carry those amounts forward.
We're going to go to capital.
Okay.
I had mentioned those when I went through my list, that I had suggested that those monies should just be put into capital reserves for Coston Hall, and then if we need to pull out money for doing things, we would pull it out. But I think there's the definition between small things and large things.
Yeah. Yeah. Councillor Moment?
Hearing the comments, I'm reluctant to change the number given that it was recently determined, it's not arbitrary after a clear process of input from staff and others. So I'm kind of reluctant to change that so soon.
But didn't the process identify $20,000 that didn't get spent? Essentially, that's what happened. So it doesn't sound like it.
So I think the projects are still identified. The fact that they didn't get done, and what we identified in the carry forward report was the project didn't get done in 2014. Our expectation was it would get done in 2015, which is why we would request those amounts get carried forward. It wasn't just an allowance to allow for repairs and maintenance. There were items that were specifically identified. So now whether or not those projects will get done in 2015,
Curious to know how long you've been carrying forward.
The expectation.
It hasn't been around. Councillor Scott.
Just for Councillor Colson's benefit, I went through Coston Hall with some of the people on the committee there. I did most of it, and I developed a capital replacement plan on a spreadsheet that identified all the items, the age of them, how long they're going to potentially last, what their lifespan was, when they should potentially be replaced. That's what staff is working off of on that particular item. So the stuff didn't get done, and I'd say part of it maybe is capacity, and part of it was the renovation stuff was up in the air, and there was back and forth with the Seaside Community Association, and I would say there's a whole bunch of factors like that. But there was a plan as far as expenditures go, and I assume from what staff are indicating that those numbers were incorporated into this. And that we were talking 3 different buildings funding for miscellaneous repairs.
Councillor Negri.
Thanks. Yeah, it seems to me though, it seems very rational that you have a capital replacement plan in place, but the fact that it's not being delivered on, the money's not being spent according to the plan, kind of suggests some kind of a capacity issue in that. Even if there is a very well thought out plan for spending the money to maintain the structures, if the ability to do that, spend those monies isn't there, then there's no sense putting the monies in the account.
Well, I think it was that combined with Seaside and back and forth between Seaside and the district as to when some of these works could be done. So it was sort of compounding problem a little bit too. So I think there's a whole number of factors involved, and I don't think it's something you can put $0 in. I wouldn't support that motion, because that's like saying your house over the next year, you're not going to spend anything on repairs on it. 0. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that's reasonable, especially when you're talking age, especially the facilities that we have.
Okay, let's make it 5,000 and drop it to 5. So I have trouble seeing 20,000 in capital and 20,000 in operating. It's a lot of money for that building, especially for our other comments.
And that's where I was going to go. I mean, in the staff report, there's for example, there's identification of potential upgrades of $94,000 for Coston Hall. In the staff report, it makes reference to the possibility of $200,000 to be spent on the Heritage Church if the will was after review to bring it up to that. In terms of those numbers, I really seriously question the aspect of what kind of investment we'd be willing to put into in repairs and maintenance, or whether they call it smaller, well, it's an accounting thing. And so in terms of funding that, I can't support it. It's just, those other questions are much, much bigger. Councillor Newgren?
Okay, we've done our 15 minutes. Motion to table until the next committee of the whole meeting.
Which is when?
We don't have a
Schedule one.
schedule.
We don't have a council schedule. Okay. The motion was to extend till for 15 minutes, so we're basically there. Councillor Scott.
A suggestion, and that this maybe will work for people I don't know, but could we have a meeting prior to our next council meeting? Start at 6 o'clock. So this gives us an hour to review the stuff, and if people can get in as much information or concerns that at least staff, even if the director of finance is away, maybe staff can collate the information so at least everybody knows what we're talking about in advance. I think maybe it's beneficial to move the process along. But I'm really struggling with the amount of time taken on this stuff.
Okay.
Can you make 5:30 just to give us a little more extra time?
I guess my thing is the available information, but we'll just go with whatever available information we have, I guess. Okay. So, in the absence of a motion to extend, effectively what we do is a motion to adjourn.
Sorry, can I just add a comment, just for clarification? Are we going to change our time to 6 o'clock then, for the next April 13th meeting? Okay.
Council, 5:30?
5:30.
5:30?
And then just to be clear, it would just be a continuation of picking up exactly where we're leaving off right now.
Correct.
Okay.
In committee of the whole or in regular meeting?
I suggest a committee of the whole.
This meeting would actually just be, your motion would be
To extend.
adjourn to resume on April 13th at 5:30.
Okay. Okay, now, even though we're not there technically on the agenda, with council's wish, public participation.
Actually, the meeting's already...
You already screwed it.
We didn't actually adjourn it though, right?
So much for public participation.
The meeting's not over, it's continuing on the 15th.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's the same agenda.
Yes.
Yeah, so the public participation would end up on the 15th. Okay, now.
We can entertain public comments.
Well, council can stick around and entertain the public if they wish.
We can ask questions.
Unbelievable.
Here is